to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Next item, change orders.
Chandrika Banks on behalf of the Louisiana Tax Commission. Today, we have a total of 1,705 change orders. Staff has reviewed those change orders and requests to approve 1,331. Place 43 in pending status, deferred 312, and denied 19. Reasons for rejection: 2 in Orleans Parish in the 5th Districts per assessor's request, 5 in Tangipahoa for applying a homestead exemption on an LLC, 12 in Caddo for applying a homestead exemption on an LLC. Reason for deferral: 312 in Orleans represent a supplemental role. We would like to defer all change order requests from Orleans, which reference a supplemental role. 7 submitted for the first quarter supplemental role and 241 submitted for the second quarter supplemented role. Staff requests approval of these change orders.
I would move that we accept the staff recommendation to approve 1,331 change orders, place 43 in pending status, defer 312, and deny 19 for the reasons given.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thanks, next.
Chandrika Banks on behalf of the Louisiana Tax Commission. Today, we have a total of 29 prior pending change orders. Staff has reviewed those change orders and requests to approve 25. Keep 4 remaining in pending status. Staff requests approval of the prior pending change orders.
I move that the prior pending change orders be adopted as presented by the staff. And the total presented was 29, requesting approval for 25, and replacing 4 in the pending status for reasons given by the staff.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Item C, tax sale cancellation.
Chandrika Banks on behalf of the Louisiana Tax Commission. Today, we have a total of 2 tax sale cancellations, 1 in Cattle Parish due to being sold in error, and 1 in St. Bernard Parish due to being sold in error. Staff requests approval of 2 tax sale cancellations.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of 2 tax sale cancellations based on staff's recommendations, 1 in Caddo Parish and 1 in St. Bernard Parish.
I have a motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Item 6, consideration of the 2023 Orleans Parish mileage report. There's no one present. Drew, are you going to present the millage report for Orleans Parish? The next explanation will be fine.
So I just wanted to make sure that you all understood, and that anyone watching from New Orleans was not panicking, that this has nothing to do with the Folger Coffee Company. This is simply approval of the millage report from Treasury that's required for calculation of the pension contribution by the legislative auditor. We got that information from the Treasury in New Orleans, and we're simply adding that to the role that we previously approved in Orleans Parish. We are not approving any supplemental assessments regarding the Folger Coffee Company. Make sure that was clear, both for those watching on the internet and for you all.
That's the reason that we're asking for the explanation. Tanasha, Ms. Malvo, do you have anything to add to that?
Everything Drew said is correct. I did review the spreadsheet that the assessor's office, the treasury's office provided for us for the state requirement system. And again, this is something that is required by the Louisiana legislative auditor in order to pull the pension reports. New Orleans has to do a little separate millage report for that particular pension report. So staff request approval of this millage report.
Ms. Wood, do you have a motion for us?
I would move that we approve the 2023 Orleans Parish Millage Report and accept it for contributions to state retirement systems.
I have a motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion's adopted. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of decision in Cantium LLC versus Assessor Wendy Thibodeau, Lafourche Parish, docket number 2122057-002. Ms. Wood, do you have a motion?
I would move in the matter of docket number 21-22-057-002, Cantium versus Thibodeau and Lafourche Parish Board of Review, that we set the fair market value at $53,199,272.
I have a motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion's adopted. The next item on the agenda is the appeals of Regency Interstate Gas LLC versus Assessor Scott Meredith, Caldwell Parish Board of Review, dockets number 19-22021-001, 002, 2022-021-001, and 02. Appeal of Regency Interstate Gas versus Assessor Elrod, and Franklin Parish Board of Review, dockets number 19-22041-001 through 004, 2022-041-001 through 04, 2122-0401-001 through 004, and appeal of Regency Interstate Gas versus Assessor Walter Glenn Kirkland and Jackson Parish Board of Review, docket number 19-22049-001 through 004, 2022-049-001 through 004, and docket number 2122-049-001 through 004. Ms. Banks, did that cover everything?
Mr. Berger, if I may, I just want to deal with some housekeeping with this matter. I'm not going to stay seated here. I'm not that important. First, I just want to confirm for the purpose of our record that the taxpayer has withdrawn the appeals for Bienville, Bossier, Lincoln, and Webster.
That is correct. We've withdrawn those 4 parish appeals for all the years cited.
Because I was going to ask about that. Is the tax commission going to be issuing some sort of order? And I'm asking for purely mechanical questions. There's about a little over $4 million, and I'm assuming the sheriffs are going to be hesitant to release that without something from the tax commission.
Sure, yeah, we
Okay.
we can issue a formal order.
I can file a formal motion if that would make it easier.
I can type it up in the back of the room and we'll get it signed today. So motion's not necessary. We'll oral motion, the commission will consider them withdrawn and we'll sign an order to that effect. So the appeals for Caldwell, Franklin, and Jackson will proceed today.
That's correct.
All right, the other bit of housekeeping that I want to deal with is before we began today, the parties were notified that Chairman Chahardy contracted COVID and is not present in the room. The taxpayer asked if there was any opportunity for him to participate in deliberations and participate in today's appeal. And my understanding is Ms. Adolph confirmed with Mr. Eddington and that the assessors don't have any objection to Chairman Shahardi observing the hearing via YouTube today and participating to whatever extent he can by sending questions to one of the commission members or to myself if he has any questions of the witnesses. Is that counsel for the parties? Can you confirm that that's correct?
Yes, we have, I'm sorry, Brian Eddington, on behalf of the three remaining assessors, we have no objection to participation in this manner.
Thank you.
No objection. Angela Adolph on behalf of the taxpayer, Regency and Tri-State Gas.
So for the purpose of our minutes, we'll reflect that Chairman Chardy is participating in today's hearing by observing the hearing via YouTube and feeding questions as needed, and that will allow him to participate in deliberations today's matter. I guess I'm assuming it's going to be taken under advisement because that's what was done last time, but if the commission does something different, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, that's all the housekeeping I had. I'm
gonna add to that, Drew, that the number one, I had short notice to do this, so bear with me. If I make some mistakes, we'll correct them as we go. I may be referring to Drew as my backup, which he's an advisor to make sure that we meet all the rules. We're gonna make sure we get it right. We're gonna make sure that the testimony's heard. Commission members, I've been asked, because I do this all the time, I do not, our microphones, we actually have to push a button to be heard and recorded. That we do that if we have any questions. And Ms. Banks, you'll make sure that that's all done properly. Chairman Hardy's going to be following along with us, and to make a clear representation of what you say, please speak clearly. I have that same problem myself, so I'll try to warn myself. Or are there any questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Virtue, actually, there are a couple more matters of housekeeping. One, on December the 12th, this commission issued the revised scheduling order that specifically said no additional exhibits may be filed at this time. Friday of last week, Council for Regency submitted a new set of documents, and you know, we formally notified the commission that we were objecting to that submission.
That's correct. We did.
Again, you know,
We did receive those emails, and they were reviewed by the commission.
So I guess question is, are you going to allow her to submit them late after the deadline set by the commission?
I think we
If
should
I'm-
follow the same guidelines that we followed on the appraisal, that we allow it to be put into the record for the commission to review, and it'll be addressed in our actual decision.
And maybe, Mr. Vercher, maybe a better way to say it is we'll defer ruling on the assessor's objection to the late filed exhibits to the merits of the appeal. That for the purpose of today's presentation, the taxpayer can utilize the exhibit. That doesn't necessarily mean that ultimately you're going to allow the exhibit to be admitted into evidence.
That's correct, and I think that's the exact same thing that we're doing with the 2019 appraisal, to be consistent.
Yes, sir.
I think that's what we should do with the late filings.
Mr. Eddington, just so that record's clear, can we list out the exhibits that we're talking about? I would think we have the emails. But
The exhibits I'm aware of were, on Friday, they submitted a copy of a partnership agreement. Then I received a supplemental exhibit list, but I've not seen it, some payment under protest letters. And I've not even seen those, so I have no idea if they're accurate, inaccurate. Again, I've not seen them.
And for the purpose of making a record,
Let's be clear. We're talking about exhibits 2, 51, 52, and 53.
I know that exhibit 2 is one of them, and I'm gonna be honest, I believe the other ones are correct.
if those are the ones that are referenced in the email? Is
They
that-
are.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
yes.
Mr. Vercher, for the purpose of making a record, I would recommend that you give Ms. Adolph an opportunity to simply respond to the objections, even with the understanding that we're going to defer ruling on them to the merits.
I saw her shaking her head, so Go ahead. Go ahead and let her speak. Thank you.
Thank you. These are exhibits that were provided to the assessors by the property tax consultants, and Exhibit 2 in our exhibit list specifically says any exhibit, document, information provided to the assessors. And so, for our purposes, we would argue that it was identified under the heading of Exhibit 2. These are exhibits that were provided to the assessors and were, inadvertently omitted from the exhibit book. They are separately referenced several other places in the exhibits, particularly in respect to emails to the assessors. So there's not a question that they haven't gotten those amendments regarding the partnership. The property tax consultants sent in the payment under protest letters, and due to some very wonky accounting, the checks were not with them. And so we have now the letters and the checks just to close the loop on the question of were they paid under protest. Based on the D90 decision, that's not really a question that would really be before this commission anyway. That's a question about either collecting a refund or, releasing the payments from escrow. But for purposes of completing the record and having the tax consultants confirm that they did close the loop on each of these years, I wanted to go ahead and provide that. Now, here's the other part. I don't have copies of them, 11 copies of them today, or 7 copies of them today to file. So I will have to get those from my office and supplement. And I'll try to have that ready tomorrow morning. But Susie Hawkins, who is with Property Tax Partners, is the person who would talk about the closing the loop on the payment under protest letters and the checks to the sheriffs.
Mr. Eddington, is there going to be anything other than those that you'll have objections to?
I believe those are in fact the only new exhibits, correct? Since the 2019 appraisal, that is correct.
Ms. Adolph, is there anything that the assessors have submitted that you have any objections to?
No, in fact, I believe the assessors just did a ditto and adopted our exhibits as their exhibits.
Mr. Hoffman, would you like to swear the witnesses in now, or we're going to do that all at once, or?
Ms. Richard, why don't we, you have a motion, just to formally take the objections under advisement, and then we can swear the witnesses in.
Excuse me, let me punch the button. I move that we take these evidentiary objections under advisement and defer ruling on the objections to the merits of this appeal. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted.
Mr. Addington, do you have any other housekeeping? We had a discussion in the
I
hallway.
do. In fact, we discussed one matter beforehand, and I guess it's appropriate to address it before we swear in the witnesses. I am going to request, in accordance with Code of Evidence Article 615, that all non-party witnesses be sequestered during today's hearing.
Ms. Adolph, do you have a response?
I have no objection to doing that. That's fine. I have one, I guess, request. Our first 2 witnesses are the commercial operations directors from Energy Transfer, Regency Intrastate Gas, and they are talking about the same thing, just different time periods. And so for purposes of the second witness, it would be much more efficient for him to simply say that he heard the description of the system, the contracts that were in effect at that time, and basically could pick up with his testimony at the conclusion of Martin. And I guess Martin, the 2 witnesses are Martin Anthony and Ryan Lee. And Mr. Anthony was.
Are they both company? I mean, I may not have a problem with that. Are they both employees of
Yeah, they're both employed with. Okay.
somewhere's up the food chain?
Yeah.
Then I have no objection.
And then Megan
consider them
McCavanagh would be our.
Parties.
Yeah, Megan McCavanagh would be our company representative. She's also with Energy Transfer. So I think the only people to sequester would be Joe White and the property tax partners witnesses. And one carve out, Mike Smith is not going to be testifying. He's going to be handling our tech. So he is not going to be a witness today.
Mr. Hoffman, you want to clear that up for me? Is actually who's going to be sequestered, who's not?
Well, can you run through these names with me? Your expert is,
Patricia Cartwright.
all right, and then I've got Mike Smith not testifying, but Joe White and maybe what Stephen Grace would be
And
sequestered.
Susie Hawkins.
And who are the first two witnesses that we talked about?
Martin Anthony and Ryan Lee.
All right, anybody else we didn't, is that the list?
I think that's everybody.
All right, so taxpayers' proposal would be to allow for Mike to stay because he's not testifying.
Actually, I'm planning to call him on my case in chief.
Okay, so the assessors would like for him to be sequestered.
So, Mr. Smith has a medical condition. He wears hearing aids and doesn't have them. So for purposes of him testifying, it's going to be a bit complicated, particularly in light of the sound issues that we already have here. Mr. Grace is equally as in, well, it's up to Mr.
Well, I mean, the problem is, this is largely a repeat of the 18 hearing. Mr. Smith was the center of that. I believe the evidence is going to show that most of the filings, most of the submissions to the assessors have been by Mr. Smith. It's Mr. Smith that has spoken to the assessors. If anything, he is the architect of all of this. And so we may just have to muddle through, possibly repeat questions to make sure he understands them if necessary.
I ask the other commission members if they have any questions or any thought on this or would like to add to the discussion.
I don't have any problem with the representative of the assessors said. I don't have any problems with. I think we should move forward with his testimony.
So just so the commission maybe is clear on what is before you that you're considering, my understanding is that there is an agreement between the assessors and the taxpayer that we will sequester all fact witnesses, but for Martin and Ryan, as well as Patricia and Megan. The question for the commission is whether or not Mike Smith will also be sequestered because of the assessor's intent to call him as a witness in their case.
And of course, to be clear, under Article 1605, the assessors as parties,
Certainly, and that,
same as same rules allows Ms. Cartwright to be present.
absolutely, right. And we didn't talk about that before, but the individual assessors would be permitted to remain in the room. So for the purpose of discussion, I think the only decision y'all are making is whether or not you would include Mike Smith as part of the sequestered group. Chairman Jahardi did send me a text since he is participating, and he indicated he'd be in favor of excluding Mike Smith and making him a sequestered witness. To include him in the list, to sequester him.
And to be consistent, I mean, that's the way I'm leaning as well. Ms. Adolph, unless you can change my mind.
I
that
would,
was-
I would have to agree that, a lack of hearing aids, while unfortunate, could probably be remedied at some point if possible, but just to be consistent, probably would be included.
I'm sorry, he's listed as a witness. I can't control that.
Mrs. Adolph, do you need some, time to have somebody who will be able to do that for you if he is sequestered?
I think we would be able to muddle through. It would not be as efficient, but I think we could, that wouldn't be the impediment.
So, Mr. Vercher, I think the commission needs to make a motion in light of the motion by the assessor to sequester the fact witnesses, but for Martin and Ryan, Megan, and Patricia.
It's Megan McCavanagh and Patricia Cartwright.
Just those, four being excluded.
Other way around, those four would be permitted to remain along with the individual assessors and of course, counsel for the parties.
Ms. Wood, you're prepared to make that motion?
I would move that we sequester all fact witnesses except for Martin Anthony, Ryan Lee, Patricia Cartwright, Megan Kavanaugh, and the assessors involved in the matter.
I have a motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Mr. Hoffman, can you give some direction to the sequestered witnesses?
I can. So the sequestered witnesses are instructed to sit out in the hallway. We will close the doors. You're instructed not to observe the hearing via YouTube. It is broadcasted. The sequester order would include not monitoring the hearing. The sequester order would also include not discussing testimony with another fact witness during an intermission or a lunch, or if this matter is held over until the following day. The sequester order is not simply excluding you from the room, but it's excluding you from discussing testimony with other fact witnesses.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Eddington,
That-
that's satisfactory?
Sounds like it covers it. Thank you.
All right, so with that said, I think if the fact witnesses, save the ones that were identified, if you will go ahead and make your way out of the room.
You probably need to swear everybody in
And
first.
Mr.
don't you?
Hoffman, are we
We'll
gonna
do it,
swear-
let's do
swear
it
them in
individually.
Individually,
Okay.
okay.
We'll do it as we bring them in, which
Perfect.
is a little different than we normally do it. But we'll do them as they're called.
You want to go off record for a few minutes? to
Yeah,
sort that out?
do you mind if we could have just
Yeah.
a few minutes to
Okay,
sort
we're
out
gonna,
the
we're gonna take
logistics?
a 5-minute recess. Now, before we do that, I think we're gonna try to break for lunch around 12:30. for approximately 30 minutes. And we're going to go to 5 o'clock. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Can we hear the loud clunk when the AC goes off?
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, is everyone ready to get the actual case started? Everything out of the way. Mr. Hoffman, would you, Ms. Adolph, we're gonna start with you, taxpayer appeal. Swear in the witnesses.
All right, so on behalf of taxpayer Regency Intrastate Gas, our first witness is Martin Anthony. All right, Mr. Anthony, could you introduce yourself to the commission and describe your educational background, please?
Ms. Adolph, I don't know, is your mic working properly? We can barely hear.
Oh, okay. I'll just, I think I just have to get closer to it.
Thank you.
Try, is that better? Okay. Mr. Anthony, could you introduce yourself to the commission and describe your educational background, please?
Martin Anthony, BS in Ag Economics from Mississippi State University, and a BBA in Petroleum Land Management from the University of Oklahoma.
Who is your employer?
Employers Energy Transfer.
All right, how did you come to work for Energy Transfer?
Energy Transfer acquired Regency, and I was employed with Regency when Energy Transfer acquired them.
All right, could you describe your work background in connection with Regency and Energy Transfer?
Got into the midstream business in '89. Those assets were sold to El Paso Field Services. El Paso Field Services bought a company called Gulf States Transmission, which was then sold in 2003 to Regency. They renamed the system Regency Intrastate Gas. And I handled the assets at that time and the commercial activities on those assets until the time they were bought by Energy Transfer and for a number of years after being purchased by Energy Transfer.
All right, so what is your actual title?
Vice President of Commercial Operations.
And how long have you been the Vice President of Commercial Operations?
Became Vice President of Gas Supply, Commercial Activities in about 2007 at Regency.
And what does that entail? What sort of work responsibilities do you have in connection with that title?
Commercial responsibilities would be negotiating contracts with producers, visiting with producers, keeping up with activity in your area, building out synergy projects, and building out assets that serve the producers in the production.
All right, so let's get to rigs. What is rigs or Regency?
Well, Regency or rigs? I guess Regency, I think of Regency Energy Partners, and rigs, I think of Regency Intrastate.
Regency Intrastate.
Okay. Regency Intrastate is an intrastate pipeline that gathers gas in northern Louisiana. It goes from the Texas-Louisiana border, northwest of Shreveport, and goes easterly to an interconnect with interstate pipelines on the far east end of Texas Gas, Tennessee Gas, Columbia Gulf, A&R, and Trunkline.
All right, so we have a demonstrative exhibit up here that shows the pipeline map. Is that what you just described?
Yes, it is. And it was expanded over the years after El Paso bought them. It did an expansion to the north to TransUnion. And then after Regency purchased the assets, there were a couple of expansions, one in 2005, the first 30-inch line going to the east. And then when the Haynesville Shale in 2009 and 10, the 42-inch going to the east and some of the additional 36-inch pipe.
All right, so let's talk about the company operations before the 2009 expansion. What were some of the specifications about capacity before the 2009 expansion?
In 2005, after we did our expansion, the system basically could handle about 900,000 a day. And after we did the expansion in 2009, we added 1.2 BCF a day to get our capacity up to 2.1, excuse me, added 1.2 BCF a day to get our capacity up to 2.1 with those expansions.
All right, so at the time that the expansion was undertaken in 2009. What was the purpose? What was going on with the company in 2009 that was the genesis of that expansion?
The Haynesville Shale was starting to be developed. Chesapeake was the first mover in the Haynesville.
Can I
Another-
interrupt you for 1 second?
certainly.
Could you demonstrate basically where the Haynesville Shale production is on this map?
Certainly. In '09, we had a good idea of how large the Haynesville Shale was. Today, the Haynesville Shale encompasses this area. It kind of clips the southwest corner of Webster. It's in southern Caddo, southern Bossier, comes across in Red River, and then drops down into DeSoto Parish, is the heart of the Haynesville Shale.
All right, now what was it about the Haynesville Shale that sparked the expansion in 2009?
Forgot about that. The first build out was to build out for Cotton Valley wells that were being developed in the area with limited takeaway capacity, and that was expansion in '05. A typical Cotton Valley well may only produce at a rate of 3 to 5 million a day. When the Haynesville Shale came on the scene, those wells could make over 15 million a day at the time, and there was limited takeaway capacity. All the other pipelines that could create takeaway capacity for them were interstates, and it was going to take them a lengthy period of time to get approval for expansion projects. So Regency was a first mover in expansions. We were approached by Petrohawk and other producers to create that takeaway capacity for them because we could move a lot quicker than the interstate pipelines could.
And so when you say takeaway capacity, that means the pipeline itself?
The pipeline itself to move gas further downstream to market.
All right, so what sort of contracts did you need in order to comfortably undertake that expansion?
To justify the expansion, we entered into firm transportation agreements with the producers where they would pay a demand charge. And
Let me interrupt you for 1 second. Can you describe what a demand charge is?
an example, if a producer signs up for 100 million a day at a dime, at the end of the month, if they don't flow any of that gas, they still owe us 100 million a day times a dime for that transportation.
All right, so what was the demand component for these contracts?
The contracts for the Haynesville Shale, we originally, after the '05 expansion, our agreements were 15-cent demand, 5-cent commodity. And we entered into agreements with some of those producers and new producers that once we had the expansion in service, their contracts would go to 30-cent demand and 5-cent commodity to justify the capital we were going to be spending on the expansion.
All right, so hold on for just 1 second. We're going to ask our trusty fill-in here, our tech woman. All right, we are off to a spectacular start. Although I have
I
to
got
say,
a quick question for Mr. Anthony. That year that the demand contract increased to 15 cents, what year was that?
That year was 2005, and our system was basically running about 15 cents for all those contracts at that point in time.
If you need the system map, I've got a big printout of it. Or is it something else?
it's something else.
Yeah.
I think it's takeaway dock. Mm-mm. So we are struggling with a technical difficulty that we didn't expect. Could we ask Mr. Smith to come back in and put up the exhibit
I
that?
think that's
So,
fine.
yeah,
Okay,
no
that's fair.
objection.
thank you. All right, we'll ask him to come back in and get to the page that we wanted to show. And all right, thank you. Thank
Okay.
you for your patience. I appreciate it. So we'll get back to where we were with Mr. Anthony. You were talking about the demand payments in 2009 and that moved to a different demand payment. I'm sorry, for 2005, that moved to a different demand payment for 2009. Can you take a look at this exhibit and walk us through and describe what this represents?
At the top of the list are agreements we had prior to the expansion in 2009, and these were on what we call the legacy system at the time. That included the expansion from '05 also. Some of these producers that had capacity up here also rolled in to capacity after we did our expansion. And most of these were only paying 15-cent demand and 5-cent commodity fees, which we can explain later how that all works on a transportation agreement. When they rolled into the new agreements for our expansion of 1.1 BCF that we added to the system, this is what the firm capacity that they were paying for on the system, which elevated to 30-cent demand and 5-cent commodity across the system. So some of this number rolled down and rolled into this number here.
And just to clarify, the customer names were redacted because this information is not publicly, well, in some ways it is publicly available, but we didn't want to list the customer names because the contracts actually require the information to be kept confidential. And so we did redact it. Brian, would you object to our making this an exhibit to go along with Mr.?
I would.
You would? Okay. Well, then I would ask Mr. Anthony to please go through and identify for each of these different customers what the capacity and the expiration date of their contract was.
Well, as you can see in this column, the expiration date, well, 4 years remaining, this was. Oh. Oh. Gotcha, okay. So on what we call the legacy system before our expansion, the very first producer, legacy producer, which had a B- rating, had 50,000 a day. That contract expired in 2026. It's still out there, but that's a contract that did not roll into the 30-cent rate. It stayed at the 15-cent rate. The double B plus, that was a contract for 200,000 a day. There was 7 years remaining. This was generated in 2016. This listing was, so that's why it says 7 years when you're looking at this. It was late 15 to 2016 when this was generated. So the second was 200,000 a day out to 22. Part of that volume rolled into this, but part of it didn't. And you're questioning, well, why don't I say a double B plus? There may be some timing of when that was pulled and when this was pulled as to the credit rating of the customer. So just going with that. And then we had the third one was 41,000 a day that expired in 18. That didn't roll down. The third one was a triple B plus that expired in May of 2020. Some of that capacity did roll down, but as you can see, the utilization on some of these was 0. So you want to go back every line? Okay. The fifth one down was a B plus at 300,000 a day. That rolled off in 25. That was a very discounted agreement that we had on the system, less than 5 cents. Doesn't expire until 25. That agreement did not roll into this, into our expansion agreement at 30 cents. That's extremely discounted agreement at less than a nickel, as I said. And then a couple of smaller other producers, and there's a B minus and a triple B for only 5,000 a day and 1,200 a day. Those were month-to-month agreements. That by this time, those agreements have been terminated and no longer flowing. So we get to our expansion on the bottom, and our very first one of our anchor shippers had a triple B plus credit rating, which is very important to us because we're about to spend over $500 million. So the credit rating of the customers that are backing up this expenditure is very important to us. So that's why we have credit ratings on the various customers here. But these customers would roll into a 30-cent demand. If they had capacity here, they would step up and roll into a 30-cent demand once we completed our expansion and gave them notification that our expansion is commercially available to them. The second shipper, which was also an anchor shipper, had a credit rating. All these agreements that we entered into terminated in 20 because we put the project in service February 1 of 2010, and then 10 years later, these are all 10-year term agreements. They would roll off at the end of that time. And it would be up to us. It would be up to the producer if they wanted to renew that agreement or extend it. But at this point, they were rolling off in January 31st of 2020. And this back in 2016, the far right shows the utilization of that contract roughly halfway through the agreement. It shows how the percentage of this 370,000 a day, this customer was only using 15,000 a day, 15% of that contract. The second one was 150,000 a day. The third one was 150,000 a day. The second one was a 30% utilization, and the third one was 0. The third, fourth, and fifth one were all 0 on their utilization halfway through their contract. The third one was 150. The fourth one was 87,500, and the fifth one was 87,500. Then we moved down to the sixth one at 57,500. Again, expiring at the same time, and only a 1% utilization, which is essentially nothing. And then the seventh was 50,000 a day. They did utilize theirs at 95%. And the eighth one at also 45,000 a day, they utilized at 82%. And then we had a triple B minus or triple B rating at 50,000 a day. No utilization on theirs. They were paying us demand fees during those times, but they were not paying any commodity fees during that time also. And as you can see, halfway through the agreement, if some of these guys aren't using this agreement much, then most likely they're not going to have any thought of renewing anything. And as we move into the last agreements, 40,000 a day, 22,500, 10,000, and 5,000. This one, the next to last agreement, triple C credit rating, 10,000 a day. You can see that stretched out to 2023. That's a producer that we can get into later on about details, but we did what we call a blend and extend, and we can talk in detail about that a little later. But they were using 50% of that capacity, and we stretched that agreement out because they weren't utilizing it was bigger than that, but we weren't utilizing all their capacity. So that all totaled up to 1.125 BCF a day for our expansion of 1.2 BCF a day.
All right, so just to summarize, the legacy customers up at the top, their capacity was 637,000 a day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then in the expansion, the total customers' capacity was 1,125,000.
That's
A day.
correct.
All right, so that's the total number of customers that you had prior to the expansion was 7, and the total number of customers you had after the expansion was that about a dozen, about 12?
Or is that 13? 13.
And that represents the universe of your customers on your Riggs pipeline system.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, that would be 13 new
This-
new clients.
The
and-
ones on the bottom are for the 1.125 BCF. That's the 13 new clients on our expansion project that we built for the Haynesville Shale.
And you still had your legacy clients.
And I still had legacy contracts up here also. That's right.
All right, so you mentioned the demand payments and that you needed a certain, I guess, a critical mass in order to justify the expansion. What was that critical mass?
Well, we were wanting to get at least 85, 90% of that 1.2 BCF contracted before we went ahead with the project.
And did you?
Yes, we did. With the 1.165, we did get that.
All right, so how was the expansion financed?
And 2008, we actually started negotiating with producers in the spring of 2008. And we were getting commitments and a lot of interest in the project at that time in 2008. And as we were moving through the project, getting commitments from various anchor shippers and large producers in the Haynesville Shale, the project was coming together. We were a master limited partnership, publicly traded, and our general partner was owned by GE. And GE said that they were going to finance this project. They liked the project. They liked the rate of return that it would demonstrate, and they were going to finance the project for us. In about October of 2008, some of you may recall, we had the housing crisis and we had a meltdown of the financial markets at that time. And GE came back and said that they cannot finance this project. Banks were not financing this project at the time. So that's when we put a packet together and started looking for joint venture customers to come in and help finance the project so we could make that happen.
You said joint venture customers. Are they customers?
No, none of the, we visited with over 20 potential investors. None of these were producers that we visited with and made a presentation or pitch to. Most of them were all private equity money, primarily, and some were other midstream companies that we were trying to bring in as a JV partner.
And did you help put together the information or I guess the offering packages for those potential partners?
I helped put together all the slides that we made presentations to show what the project is, the upside of the project, and why the project ought to be built.
And so what was the ultimate outcome of those pitches?
The ultimate outcome was that one of the companies that we made a pitch to came back and had interest in it. We determined that they had the funding that they could back this project and they could participate in it with us. And that company was Alinda Capital out of Connecticut. They managed over $7 billion of infrastructure money, primarily in airports, water treating systems, railroads around the world. They managed money for CalPERS and a lot of other pension funds.
Was Alinda already involved in the oil and gas business?
At that time, no. They are today still to some degree. They saw this as an opportunity. They liked the project and they also saw it as an opportunity to get more exposure to the oil and gas industry and to the midstream business at the same time.
Had Energy Transfer or Regency been involved in any other arrangements with Alinda prior to this?
Prior to this, actually, I'd never even heard of them. And we were not involved with them prior to that, and we have not been involved with them since.
All right, let's see if we can show the org chart. All right, is this the org chart for the business that prior to the partnership with Alinda?
No, this would be the org chart after Alinda coming in. Prior to the partnership, Regency owned 100% of Regency Intrastate. Once Alinda came in, they had Alinda Gas Pipeline 1 and Alinda Gas Pipeline 2. And the reason for that is they just have different buckets of money that they're managing for various pensions. And that's why they had two different entities invest in this project. So Alinda had 50% of the project. EFS Haynesville LLC was actually GE that owned 0.10% of it. And then Regency Haynesville Intrastate was owned by Regency and it had 49.99%.
Right, so the Alinda entities did you have any publicly available information about who the Alinda entities were?
No, I did not, other than Googling who Alinda was. I wasn't familiar with them prior to them investing in this project.
All right, was there any common ownership between Alinda and either Regency or Energy Transfer?
None at all.
Was there any prior relationship or other contractual arrangements prior to this joint venture?
None.
Right, so who was Alinda to Riggs then, to Regency?
They had the checkbook at the time when we needed to get the project done. And, you know, they were a willing participant in the project and they were just another JV partner in the project to help fund it and get it built.
Right, was it ever expected that Alinda would stay a partner in the venture?
Knowing how private equity money works and how those, you know, those typical kind of investments work, they, I mean, you know, if it was going great, yeah, they may stay in. If they're not getting the rate of return that they target for their investments, they would be looking to exit that investment and go put their money to work elsewhere.
All right, so let's go back and talk about the transportation contracts. You mentioned that you had legacy and expansion contracts, and you mentioned a demand component. Can you talk a little bit about what the transportation contracts were that you entered into in connection with the expansion?
All of the contracts we entered into were firm demand transportation agreements. There's basically two kind of agreements. One's firm, one's interruptible. A firm agreement is you pay to use that capacity, whether you use it or not. Interruptible, you only pay when you're using the capacity. So with the capital we're spending, we had to be assured that we're going to get a return on the investment we're making. So that's why we entered into firm agreements with the various customers where they either pay for that, they use that capacity and pay for it, or they pay for it if they don't use it. And it was broken between a demand and a commodity. There was 30-cent demand and 5-cent commodity. So they pay us the 30-cent demand no matter what, and they pay us the 5-cent commodity when they actually flow the gas.
Did any of your customers have any contractual preferences, like a most favored nations clause?
We did have one of our anchor shippers, actually the first anchor shipper that helped push the project, had a favored nations clause. And when we were making pitches to various partners to come in and help fund the project, their chairman of the board actually sat in on some of those meetings so he could demonstrate how important this project was to a potential investor. And so, I mean, it was important in that respect.
What did you mean by an anchor shipper? Not the name of the company, but what constitutes an anchor shipper?
An anchor shipper is one of the first customers that will enter into an agreement with us. Sometimes they'll have a little bit better negotiating power to help us get the project started and kicked off. And so the first anchor shipper in, which was a very large acreage holder and producer in the Haynesville, very active, they came in as anchor shipper. And one of the things they negotiated was the most favored nations clause. Since they were one of the very first to negotiate a firm transportation agreement, they just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to give a discounted and cheaper transportation to someone else a few months or a year down the road. So if we came back and negotiated a cheaper transportation rate from someone else, then we would have to lower their transportation rate. So in a way, it kind of handcuffed us to make sure we sold all of our contracts were at 30-cent demand and 5-cent commodity with everyone that signed up for that capacity.
All right. Were there any circumstances involving releases from the contracts? Were any of your customers released from the contracts?
No, the only releases we had from contracts would be via bankruptcy of one of some shippers.
Can you tell us about the bankruptcies of those shippers?
Yeah, the bankruptcy of a couple of anchor shippers, they petitioned the court to have those contracts rejected, and the court agreed to have them rejected. And one of those customers was about 300,000 a day at 30 cents that we lost. So we lost about almost, close to 30% of the contracted capacity on the system when that happened.
And did those companies, while they're in bankruptcy, did they continue to ship and pay a commodity payment?
No, they did not. That customer was connected to other outlets. So when they got out of that agreement on us, they took their gas another direction.
All right. And did any other production companies step in and take up that capacity?
No, they didn't. By the time they went bankrupt, there were other alternatives out of the Haynesville Shale Basin that created competition for us.
What about fuel charges? Did y'all have any ability to collect fuel charges?
We did have a fuel charge in our agreements, and we were charging roughly 1.25% fuel. And typically when we were running all of our compression on the system, move the gas, we would burn about 0.8% fuel. So you can say we were making 0.3% on the fuel. And if you're moving 100,000 a day, that 0.3% may equate to 3,000 a day or less, 300 a day. We would take that 300 a day and we would sell it so we could make money off of that. But it's good when prices are high, and it's not much when prices are down.
And what is it when the actual shipping volumes are down?
When the shipping volumes are down, what you're recovering on fuel is down. You're not getting much commodity revenue because you're not moving that much gas. And two, your fuel margin is also extremely low.
In these contracts, did you have any minimum volume commitments?
No, we did not. The producer, if he's going to pay for that firm capacity, he could use it at their will. If they did not need to use it, they pay us their demand charge, and they could take the gas elsewhere and not use it. So there was not a minimum flow that the producer was obligated for.
And what about a maximum? Was there a cap?
Well, say their agreement was for 100,000 a day. They were capped. Their firm was capped at 100,000 a day. They could what we called authorized overrun on an agreement, and they would pay the same fees on that, and they could flow authorized overrun if we had capacity for that additional gas.
Are you aware of any force majeure events that suspended the contracts?
No, I am not.
Okay. Would you say that your existing customers, your legacy customers, were they subsidizing this expansion?
They were not, because their rates were at 15-cent, 5 cent demand. They did not, a lot of those customers did not have the option to go to any of the interconnects off of the 42-inch. They could only go to the interconnects off of the 30-inch that was built. So they didn't have access to receipt points or delivery points off of the expansion pipe.
All right, so could we go back to the customer, the prior screen with the customers? All right, so can you explain what the revenues would be received comparing the demand payment and the commodity payment? Looking at these and using this as an example, like just an example of the utilization at this snapshot in time.
At this snapshot in time, we would be getting 30-cent demand on the 1.125. So that's going to be a little over $300,000 a day or $9 million a month that would be receiving off of that. And then we'd get another nickel on the $230,000 a day. So that would be roughly $11,000, $12,000 a month, a day. So another $360,000 a month on that for the commodity. So you get the nickel on what's actually flowing, and you get the 30 cents on your demand volume.
Did volumes at some point begin to drop off in terms of what was shipped in the Haynesville Shale?
Yes, it did. When prices started declining, the volumes on Regency intrastate started to drop off. When other interstate pipelines finished their projects, we started seeing gas leave Regency intrastate and go to some of those other pipelines. And part of it had to do with our rate structure that we had. But that's when we started seeing volumes falling off on the system.
What was the difference in the rate structure that those pipelines offered compared to what Regency offered?
The other alternatives for the producer was Tiger was built, line CP was built, Boardwalk built a pipeline, a 42-inch pipeline. All these other three I just mentioned built 42-inch pipelines. Acadian built a pipeline from the Haynesville to South Louisiana. All those pipelines had just a demand component to their agreements. They did not have a commodity fee, and they were also at 30 cents. So when we were asking producers why they wouldn't move gas on us, they said, well, we've taken out capacity on these other pipes, and we don't have a commodity component to that transportation. So I can move my gas down that pipe and really not pay anything extra because I got to pay the demand charge anyway. If I move gas on your pipe, I got to pay you the 30 cents, but I also have to pay you another nickel in fuel if I move across you, which comes cost me, say, 6 or 7 cents with a nickel and 2 cents fuel. So I got to pay another 7 cents to go across your pipe, and I don't have to pay anything to go across their other pipe because they figure the demand charge is a sunk cost at that point. So they didn't want to pay the extra, especially with prices down. They did not want to pay that extra cents to move across Regency intrastate.
All right, so while you were getting paid the demand commodity or the demand charge for the capacity, were you able to, when the shipping volumes dropped, as you just described, were you able to find other customers to fill in to cover that capacity that was no longer being used by the demand?
No, we did not. With all the other takeaway capacity out of the basin at that time was basically overbuilt with alternatives. And if the only ones we found were maybe we were the only alternative, and those were kind of far and few between, and it wasn't any significant volume.
All right, so looking back at this, you've got identified down here at the bottom, you've got 1,762,200. Just to be clear, what does that number represent?
The 1,762,200 represents the total contracted capacity of the 2.1 BCF a day.
All right, and then compare that to, again, this is just a snapshot in time, but what was the actual utilization at that time?
The actual utilization of that 1.7 BCF was 37%. So 740,000 a day.
Thank you. So is utilization of information publicly available?
No, if you don't know what the or the shipper's contract volume is. You do know how utilized the pipeline itself is. If you can, there's filings with the DNR that we have to make every month. We have to file with the DNR what's called an R5T. And then the producer shipper has to file an R5P, which shows their production, and an R5T that shows where they delivered that gas to. So the state can keep up with who's producing what, where it's going, and make sure they get their share of severance tax. So somebody, if they wanted to go pull those reports, they could see that we're moving 740,000 a day, and we built a 2.1 BCF pipe, so they could back into this number. They wouldn't know what these numbers are, what the each contract utilization is, but they know what the whole system utilization is.
And just to clarify, how is that state reporting the R5T?
R5T is a transportation report that we have to file with the DNR every month.
And how are those volumes reported?
Volumes are reported in MCF, and they're broken down by producer or shipper and also by field.
Right, so let's talk about the first few years of the expansion. Did things turn out as you had expected?
Yeah, everything was going great. Once we put the pipeline in service, we were running at a lot better than 37% early on. This is roughly 2016. And, first 2 or 3 years were going great. Gas prices were up. The activity in the Haynesville Shale was going good. And everybody was happy. We're making a good rate of return on the system.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, then what happened is gas prices went down, activity in the Haynesville dropped off, production out of the Haynesville dropped off. Interstate pipelines got their projects built, which gave another opportunity for gas to go elsewhere. The Marcellus Shale up in Pennsylvania in the Northeast had saturated the demand for gas in that area, and that gas was having to come back south on all the long haul pipes that we were tied into on the far east end of our system. A&R, Trunkline, Tennessee, Texas Gas, and Columbia Gulf. All those pipes were seeing gas trying to come back south into what's called the Perryville Hub, which was depressing pricing at that point. And we went and connected all those pipes all just south of the Perryville Hub. So that even put us at a bigger disadvantage on where we were trying to take the customer's gas and the location and market that we were trying to deliver that into.
And what about the impact of those bankruptcies you previously described?
Well, one of the bankruptcies eliminated, I said earlier, about 300,000 a day. And that revenue disappeared overnight, essentially, once the courts rejected that contract with the producer. There was another producer, about 50,000 a day, that went bankrupt also, and that contract was also rejected.
And so what year was were those bankruptcies?
I would have to probably 12, 13 vintage.
All right, so once that happened, what would that number, that 1,762,000, what did that number become in terms of demand capacity?
That number dropped off to about 800, around 800 or just a little less than 800.
All right, so just to be clear, starting in about, let's say 2013, your demand capacity dropped to about 800 a day.
Correct.
And your total capacity was 2.1 million.
The demand of the 30-cent demand fee dropped to 800 at that point. We still had some of these agreements up here, but these were at 15 cents or less.
All right, so what was the ultimate impact on your bottom line once those things started to happen?
We lost significant revenue, 300 million a day at 30 cents. It's whatever that's going to be. Don't have it off the top of my head at the moment, but it was 9 million a year, I think, that we lost from just that one shipper on that one customer. Plus we had no chance of getting any commodity fee out of them because they were gone at that point.
All right, so in the meantime, what was happening with Alinda?
Alinda saw the volumes declining. They weren't getting their rate of return at this point. Just prior to that, though, Alinda was getting distributions quarterly. And Alinda, when we had Riggs was, before we did this expansion project, essentially Regency Intrastate was debt-free, had no debt. So Alinda came in and they wanted us to go to the banks and leverage Alinda or leverage Regency Intrastate. So we approached the banks for a $500 million revolver, and the consortium of banks that fronted the money. As soon as we get that, we draw over 400 million on that revolver, and we distribute those funds. So Alinda got over $200 million at that point in 13 when we got that revolver. So now the asset is burdened with over $400 million of debt at this point. And so we're still coming across there. I mean, they were getting good distributions in 10, 11, 12, got a big bump in 13 when we borrowed the money. And then as volumes declined, it started rolling off, and their distribution started declining also. And then in 17, this was a 5-year note. So this note was starting to come due in 2018. And at this point, because of our revenue stream, our loan covenants, we're starting to bump up against loan covenants, and this note either needs to be paid off or needs to be renewed. And based on our current cash flow, we're thinking we can't renew $400-something million on this. We're going to each have to kick in $100 million, maybe at best renew $200 million. At this point, we stopped distributions. Alinda wanted to keep getting a distribution. It took 100% vote by the interest owners to continue to give distributions. And we said, we're not giving them anymore because we'd be out of compliance with our loan covenants. So we stopped the distributions. Alinda did not want to kick in $100 million into the deal. So that's when they started looking for an exit to get out of the project.
All right, so what was the first year that Alinda tried to get out of the partnership?
Believe the very first time was 15. I think it was 15 that they first tried to start getting out of the partnership. And so they get Goldman Sachs to come in. We helped to put together and give them a bunch of information to put together a thick pitch that they have to potential buyers. And, we told them, say, if you get a good enough offer, we may want to sell our half of it too. They didn't get offers that either didn't get any offers or didn't get any offers that they were willing to entertain.
All right, so that was 2015. What happened in 2016?
16, they ran the process again. And again, in 16, they didn't have any takers again at that point. And they wanted to sell it back to us at what we felt like was an inflated price at the time, with looking at all these agreements, looking at the loan coming due and all the agreements that were rolling off in 20, the price that they were pitching us was not a price that we were willing to buy it at.
So let's say in 2016, how much had they gotten back in terms of partner distributions?
No, 16. Would this be at the end of 16? They'd gotten back, is that a Q? Okay, they'd gotten back $643 million.
All right, and how much had they put in it at
They
that
had put
point?
in a total of $550 million.
All right, and what does that 550 represent?
The $550 million represents their half of Regency Intrastate that they bought.
And so of the 550, was there a split between their capital and then their closing or construction?
No, I mean, that's the capital they put in. We took that 550 and built and constructed the expansion.
All right, so in 2017, what was the
Our
to-
contribution was the legacy system pre-expansion.
all right, so just to confirm, you put in the existing system, they put in $550 million. All
Correct.
right, so in 2017, how much had Alinda collected in terms of partner distributions?
Between the debt that we burdened the system with and distributions, they had collected $679 million at that point, which then they'd put in 550. So that's maybe a 1.2 to 1.3 for an investment like this. And these guys managing pension money, that is not a good rate of return in their eyes. So that's why they were looking to exit.
All right, so in 2018, I think you said that y'all were not going to do any additional distributions. So what was their total distribution that they had received by 2018?
704,866,000.
And that was going to be it?
That was it. Yeah, because we had the debt coming due that we had to deal with, and we were not making any more distributions.
All right, so how is it that you came to buy their share?
They told us they didn't want to kick in $100 million on the system. They wanted to start giving distributions again, which we would not agree to. So there was some back and forth. They made an offer to us. We did some studies on accretion dilution to our share price if we did buy it. And at that point is when we agreed to pay them $25 million in equity and cash. And then we would assume their half of the debt of what we had borrowed from the banks. So we assumed the liability of that note that was due.
And so what was the total, I guess, the total purchase price there? What was the value of the company?
The total, their part was, I want to say around 230 to $40 million range, give or take. So that would value the whole company at that point, 460, 480, and give or take, as value.
Do you know if Alinda offered that same price to anyone else?
Do not know that for certain, no. I know that they were actively trying to push it and get rid of it, and I just didn't have anybody that would come forward.
So what was the Energy Transfer's interest in buying it back at that time?
Well, it's the business we're in, is to own and operate pipelines. We're in it for the long run. And, you know, we knew at some point the Haynesville would probably come back. We just didn't know when. And we had a lot of our other gathering and treating and processing assets connected to this system that while Alinda was our partner, we couldn't structure a deal that kind of showed favoritism to our gathering assets. So we're kind of, hands were tied on trying to do a lot of synergistic projects around the system. So we felt like if we actually owned it, there's things that we could do synergistically between our other assets that would bring value to the other assets and maybe some value to Regency Intrastate.
Did Energy Transfer buy back all of Alinda's interest?
Yes, we did. We bought 100 or their 50% of the assets, so 100% of their interest in Regency Intrastate.
Right. To your understanding, was that an arm's length transaction?
Yes, it was.
And what is your understanding of an arm's length transaction?
You have a willing seller and a willing buyer that enters into the agreement on their own accord. They're not forced to. They could have gone and sold this to somebody else if they wanted to, but I don't think anybody else would have given them this price. I mean, we kind of felt like we almost gave them a little bit of a premium. We didn't want to give them the 25 million up front.
All right, so one of the things Mr. Eddington mentioned earlier, a 2018 hearing, and at that time, the commission was told about some of the dire consequences that would follow with the termination of the transportation contracts in 2020. How did the termination or the pending termination of those contracts factor in to the Alinda sale?
That's basically the only way we look at assets and buy assets and value assets is we look at the term of the contracts. We look at who the producers are behind them, what their credit, how strong they are, the credit rating, the drilling activity, the reserves behind that asset that we're looking at. If we're looking at asset and all the contracts are about to roll off in a year or two, that's going to be a steep discount on that. If we're looking at an asset that has 10 or 15-year agreements remaining on it, we have a 10 or 15-year revenue stream that we can count on. And so we'll pay up to get that.
So what did you do with the contracts that were going to be expiring in 2020?
We wanted to extend those. None of the producers wanted to extend them. There was one we did what we called a blend and extend. The shipper wasn't fully utilizing the contract. So what we did is we came back to them, we stepped down their demand volume, reduced that demand volume, and stretched out their term. So we looked at that contract to essentially still get the full revenue stream over time, but it was just a more extended period of time that we were getting the revenue stream.
All right, so right now with rigs, is there a market now for someone to buy a pipeline system like rigs?
I'd say there is. And again, they would come in, they'd look at our term of our agreements. They'd look at where it's going from and to, they'd look at their activity around it, the potential sources supply to it, and then value what they think that revenue stream is going to be.
All right, so what did that revenue stream look like in 2019?
It wasn't great because these contracts weren't being fully utilized. The numbers, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head as to what it was, but it was running far less than what we had projected back when we did the project 9 years prior.
Is there a market for individual standalone pipeline assets like a segment of 42-inch pipe?
No, not unless you sell a big part of that actually gets somebody from where they want to go to where they want, from and to.
So how are pipelines like this? How are they sold?
Usually these systems are sold as a total system from one end to the other. You just don't take a piece of pipe in the middle of it and sell it off. It doesn't work that way.
What about something like a compressor station?
Compressor, that's a movable object. So you can pick up a compressor station and move that. And actually with our low utilization, we actually moved 5 compressors off the system and moved them elsewhere to redeploy those compressors where we did have bigger volumes moving. We moved the compressors into Texas on another system where we had bigger volumes moving and we needed that compression.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Eddington, you have.
I do. Mr. Anthony Brian Eddington, I am counsel for the assessors in Franklin, Caldwell, and Jackson parishes. First, have you spoken to any of these assessors before?
I have not.
You provide a lot of information today about contract capacity, contract expirations, bankruptcy, R5Ts and R5Ps, partnership distributions, revenue streams. Did you provide any of that information to the assessors for Caldwell, Franklin, or Jackson parishes?
I have no idea because that's not a part of the commercial operations
So
function.
you didn't do it.
Personally, no.
And
I
you
did
have no knowledge one way or the other whether that was
I
done.
do not know. No, I do not.
Okay. And I didn't write down fast enough. You had described a few minutes ago how Energy Transfer values assets.
Correct.
Can you run through that again? I want to make sure I understand.
Certainly. We'll take an asset, look at it, and based on, the volumes moving through the system. We'll look at the contract terms remaining. We'll look at actually the producers behind that and see what their, their capital strength is to maintain any level of activity on those assets and value it. And it's basically valued off of what we believe that cash flow will be on that asset.
So it's a forward-looking discounted cash flow type analysis. I know that was a testimony in.
Basically, yes.
Okay. What information do you need to conduct that valuation? What information do you review?
We review contracts. We review the records of the system itself to also make sure they're complying with all the construction requirements to make sure we don't have to go spend a lot of money once we buy it to get it up to compliance with the new rules of construction. We'll do a lot of due diligence on these assets to confirm maybe even what the seller's telling us. We'll do site visits a lot of times on these assets to get comfortable with what we think our projections would be on that asset.
Okay. And one thing you talked about, and I was really glad you did, was organizational chart, because I'll be honest, hearing about rigs and Regency, sometimes I feel like the old Abbott and Costello who's on first joke, and I get really confused in it. And I'm gonna hand you a chart, and commissioners, this is in your blue binder under tab 2. It's the third page from the end. It's an organizational chart. And I'm gonna hand this to you, and I believe it's similar, if not the same, to what you had on the screen a moment ago.
Correct.
And I'll tell you, I pulled that from a FERC filing, the only FERC filing I could find, and it says that is an organizational chart as of 1/1/2015.
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that an accurate representation of the organizational structure
Yes, it is.
as of 1/1/2015? Now, as you testified earlier, there have been some changes. Hold on one second. Already have too much paper spread out. Let's start with Regency Intrastate Gas. Now, on that chart, it's listed as Regency Intrastate Gas LP, but all the renditions and the appeals have been in the name of Regency Intrastate Gas LLC. I'm assuming it was converted from an LP to an LLC.
I
If you
do not know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Regency Intrastate Gas LLC or LP is the actual owner of the physical assets that are subject to taxation in Caldwell, Franklin, and Jackson parishes. Correct?
I would assume that's the case. I'm not
Okay.
Not 100% certain as
Okay.
which entity the assets themselves are actually sitting in,
Now,
to my
from a-
knowledge, because I'll leave that to the attorneys to do all that.
Who would answer that question of the witnesses that are here today?
Probably Megan
Okay.
McCavanagh. Yeah, the property
you.
tax person. Yeah.
Right, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. According to that chart, Regency is owned 99.999% by Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company and 0.001 by Riggs GP LLC. Is that still correct as of today?
Today, no, that is not correct.
Okay, now
Yeah,
tell me what's changed.
The Riggs GP LLC is now owned by Regency Intrastate. That interest was purchased from GE. Probably
One second. So on this one,
Couple of years,
it
2 or
has
3 years
Riggs
ago.
GP LLC being owned by Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company, and that is no longer accurate? Or does Riggs GP LLC even exist anymore?
Riggs GP LLC does not exist anymore,
Okay,
to my
that-
knowledge.
Okay, that makes it
Yeah,
really easy. So you
yeah.
can basically
Right.
block that one off.
We
the chart.
we bought GE's
Gotcha.
0.001%.
Okay, let's move up one level. Who is Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company?
That was the partnership that was put together to hold the assets for Regency and Linda to own the pipeline system.
Okay, and does Regency Haynesville Partnership Company still exist?
I'm not certain of that.
Would that be a Megan? question?
Possibly could be a Megan
Okay.
question. I would, because my guess is there's no reason for it to exist anymore.
Well, that would be one of my questions is
Right.
about all these levels, but we'll get that in a second, and I may have to ask her about that. Okay, now let's move up another level to the top line of the chart. We talked about, earlier you had testified about the partnership transfer that Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC purchased for your testimony, all of Belinda's interest. So that would mean that the only top line entries now are Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC and EFS Haynesville
No, that's
LLC.
EFS Haynesville does not exist anymore either.
Okay.
That was
So
the GE
now-
interest that was rolled in. So it's all,
Regency Haynesville. Let's say even I get confused in all these entities. Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC
is the 100%
is
owner of the
now the
assets.
only entry on that top line.
That's
would
that's
that be
correct.
accurate?
That should be accurate. Yes.
And I assume all of these entities are Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC, Regency Haynesville Partnership Company, and Regency Intrastate Gas LLC. Do they all maintain separate books? If you know,
I do not know
Okay.
that.
and you may have answered it, but can you explain the reason behind this three-tiered ownership structure?
I don't know the answer to that either. I guess the
That-
lawyers thought it
that-
looked good. I don't know.
That's fair. How does any energy transfer fit into all of this?
In roughly sometime during 2015, I don't know if it was January yet or not. Energy Transfer bought Regency. And I'm trying to think of the years. They bought GE's general partner interest in Regency. So they controlled our GP at one time. And then we still continue to be a standalone publicly traded company. And a couple of years later, they came in and bought all the outstanding units of Regency Energy Partners LP that were publicly traded and rolled us up into Energy Transfer at that point. And at that point, Regency Energy Partners ceased to publicly trade, and we were part of Energy Transfer, wholly owned.
Okay, so it is Energy Transfer basically sits the level above what's
they're
shown on
sitting-
this chart. Would that be accurate? If there was a
That's
fourth
correct.
level, they'd be
They'd
the,
be up there.
be,
right.
be the top.
That's correct.
And the question is actually about the actual corporate structure down below. I need to refer to Megan. You said you don't, I got, you
I
don't
do,
really
yeah,
know the
no, I
nuts and
do,
bolts of it.
correct.
Okay.
I do not know that.
See, this allows me to skip through some of this. Okay, good. I want to, bear with me 1 second, Commissioner. Hold on, make sure that. Can you see the chart? the transfer?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You don't have the fancy electronics. I'm old school. I'm hard copy. This is a map. This is a map of the Regency Intrastate Gas system that I pulled from the same FERC filing that I got the organizational chart, and is that an accurate representation of the system as it existed, I guess for current purposes, in 2019, 20, and 21?
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. I'm hoping you can help explain the different components that make up the Regency pipeline. And based on the returns that Regency filed, or on maybe Regency Interstate Gas LLC filed, I see the system is composed of 2-inch pipelines, 4-inch pipelines, 6-inch pipelines, 8-inch pipelines, 10-inch, 12-inch, 16-inch, 20-inch, 24, 30, 36, and 42-inch pipelines. Some of the pipelines are transmissions, other supply lines or loops. Some of these lines are compressors and some don't. That an accurate summary of the system?
That would be accurate.
Okay. Let's start with the double line that runs from Franklin to Bienville Parish.
That's,
What is that?
that is our 30 and 42-inch pipe. The 30-inch was built in 2005. The 42-inch was built in 2010. And we called it our Winsboro extension, was our first 30-inch, and then the Haynesville loop was the 42.
So that double line section that goes from Bienville to Franklin is the Winsboro?
Well, the
extension?
30-inch, we call the 30-inch the Winsboro extension. Before 2005, none of that existed to the east. And what was happening is gas pipes were getting constrained to our delivery points. And there was a lot of Cotton Valley drilling on the system, so we built the 30-inch.
And what do you, okay, if you refer to the 30 inches, the Winsboro extension, what do you refer to the 42-inch section as?
Haynesville loop.
Haynesville loop. What is a loop?
That's when you lay a pipeline next to another pipeline, we call it looping the pipe.
Now, what about the section that runs from Bienville Parish, the main line? Part of it's, actually, most of it appears to be double line, from Bienville Parish westward to almost the Texas state line in Caddo Parish.
A lot of that pipe was originally built by a producer, Frank's Petroleum, back during deregulation, so he could get his gas to market. Back in the 70s, 80s is when a lot of that pipe was built. There was some looping that was done around 05 also. And then the 36-inch that you see dropping down was part of the Haynesville expansion.
Okay. What about the two, I'm gonna refer to the spurs, you may have another name, but there are two lines that run generally to the northeast into Lincoln Parish. What can you tell me about those two lines?
The one running kind of in the middle there, the lateral you see that runs to Louisiana Tech.
Right.
That piece of pipe was built back in the 80s to deliver gas to Louisiana Tech and to Southern Natural. And then the pipe going
Sure,
to,
I want to jump in real quick, if you don't mind.
okay,
And extends on from Louisiana Tech to the city of Ruston. That's the city of Ruston power plant, is it not?
that's correct, yeah,
Okay.
which no longer operates to my knowledge. I don't think, I'm not 100% certain of that.
When did they stop?
We
operating?
don't serve them with gas anyway.
Okay, so you just own a
We
line?
serve Louisiana Tech, but not the city of Ruston
Okay,
Power
you
Plant.
still own the line from Louisiana Tech to the city
I
of Ruston Power
I
Plant?
believe that piece of pipe has been abandoned.
I will tell you, it's still listed in all the returns.
It
filed
could,
with
it
the
could
system.
be.
Okay, okay.
We don't move gas through it.
Tell me about the line that's slightly more to the west that goes up to the very. north end of
The line
parish
that runs
Lake.
north goes to TransUnion. That line was built back during the El Paso days, when I was at El Paso. We built that lateral to serve a power plant that was being built in South Arkansas. The power plant built a 30-inch interstate line from their power plant down to that interconnect with us. And we built that loop up to connect to them to serve the power plant. It was a 2,200 megawatt power plant, largest independently owned power plant at the time in the US. And it's now owned by Entergy.
Okay, there's another line that runs south from Central Bienville Parish. Part of it runs into Red River Parish, another part swings kind of northwesterly and ties back into the previously discussed line of Webster, in Bossier Parish. What can you tell me about that line?
That was part of the Haynesville expansion pipe. That was 36-inch pipe. So mainly with the Haynesville expansion, the primary backbone of that was those 36-inch lines and the 42.
And what about the cluster of lines you're seeing in Bienville Parish? What are those?
Those were mainly gathering lines. The producer, Frank's Petroleum, that when he built the system back in the 70s and 80s, a lot of that went out to his production. And those are laterals feeding off the main trunk line to go to his production at the time, out to those lines.
Okay, and finally, there's a little bit of a spur that runs south. It appears to be from Elm Grove in Bossier Parish. Do you know what that line is? It's a fairly short line.
Well, that's a continuation of a piece of pipe that goes north and west across the Red River and then back down to a power plant that's called Arsenal Hill. That line was originally built by Central and Southwest at the time. That became SWEPCO, but it's now part of AEP. That was part of the Gulf States pipeline system.
I see arrows at various points on this map. So you see arrows. in
Correct.
red.
That's
What
the,
do those arrows represent?
that is indicative of the primary flow of gas in the direction the gas is primarily flowing.
Okay, there are green triangles marking plant receipt points.
Correct.
What are those?
Those are receipt points from various plants connected to the system. Those plants may be connected to other interstates, and it also shows plants that are connected to Regency intrastate.
Okay, and there are green dots for major delivery points. What are major delivery points?
A major delivery point would be a interconnect off of the system for deliveries of the gas that's been transported across the pipe.
There are also blue dots for major receipt points. What are those?
Those would be the larger receipt points where we receive gas into the system. And I don't know what metric was used as a cutoff on those. I don't know if it was a 50 million a day point or 100 million a day point.
Okay, what about the purple dots for bidirectional points? I assume they could be either delivery or receive.
Correct. A bidirectional point can either deliver or receive gas.
So gas is constantly being put into and taken out of the system at various points along its route.
Right.
Correct? So the pipeline's gonna have different utilization at different points along its route.
Potentially, yes. I mean, it depends. Primarily, the gas is going to move from west to east. And then the gas it's showing bidirectional on that lateral that goes up to Panda, TransUnion. If the power plant was not pulling gas, that gas would come back south into the main system. If the power plant's pulling gas, it would flow north up into the power plant.
Okay, but that line, the Panda line up to the station, is it gonna be flowing at the same utilization as, say, the Winsboro extension or the Haynesville loop?
Depends on how the power plant's pulling gas. I mean, it's all over the board. Weather's nice, they don't run. When it's hot or cold, they run.
Okay, what about compressors? What do compressors do and why are they important to this pipeline?
Well, you need to operate the pipeline at a pressure that the producer can get into the system. And sometimes when and as you add gas to the system pressures up. You have more pressure drop across the system. And so gas going in one end of the system, say at 1,000 pounds, may wind up being 900 pounds at the other end. And if the pipelines you're trying to make your delivery into is running at 950 pounds, you're going to need some compression to make sure you have firm commitments from shippers. You got to make sure you make that delivery.
Okay, so it's gonna operate at different pressures along this route depending on what the gas is.
Depending on what you need to do, what the gas is upstream and what pressure you need to be downstream, correct?
Okay. And the hearing on Regency's 2018 appeal, there was a lot of testimony. And of course, that there was a lot more activity on the western end of the system than the east end. Does that fit with
Well-
your understanding of what's happening on the ground?
It does. The Haynesville was mainly concentrated on the far west end of the system. So I don't know in what respect they're using the word activity.
Oh, nor do I. That's why. I'm
So
asking.
if it's drilling activity, yes, then all the drilling activity was on the west end of the system. And that's where we were connecting supply to the system.
Okay, were you carrying more gas on the west end than the east end of the system? in
No, 'cause-
19, 20 or 21?
No, the gas that was hitting the west end of the system was going to be traveling all the way across the system and going off on the east end.
Okay, I want you to take a look at Bienville and Lincoln Parish, two adjoining parishes on this map. There's this heavy concentration of assets in Bienville, including the Winsburg extension and the Haynesville loop. There's also some 30-inch pipelines and even some much smaller pipelines, and it's all run on compressors. Then in Lincoln Parish, there are these two north-south lines. One of them is the Panda line. That'd be
Right.
the more westerly of the two lines,
Correct,
correct? And then the other line that feeds Louisiana Tech University. Is that
correct. That's correct.
Okay, you testified that, if I could summarize it, if I'm correct, please let me know. That Energy Transfer, when it values assets based on what it's able to earn on.
That would be, well, it'd be correct based on what it feels like the activity level would be on that piece of pipe. I mean,
Okay,
we don't value something based on the stars aligning and we move 100% every day, day in and day out.
Sure.
We do a realistic evaluation of what would be a realistic assumption.
simple question then. Does a plant, property, and equipment located in Lincoln Parish have the ability to generate the same level of income for Energy Transfer that the plant, property, and equipment in Bienville does?
Well, there's a number of functions that go into that. One is what's your pipe diameter? What's the volume that needs to move across that pipe? Where's it going? Where's it coming from? So there's a number of factors that would go into that. You can't just say a 10-inch or 20-inch piece of pipe in this location can earn the same amount of money as a 20-inch piece of pipe in another location.
Okay, so there are functional and geographic differences and distinctions that would need to be accounted to answer that question?
That's very true, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
We're at 12:20.
I have,
You have some follow-up questions?
I have just a few follow-ups. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr.
I
Anthony?
don't think at this time I do. I'm gonna wait for your follow-up question. I just had one, but I think he may have answered it.
Right, so you mentioned that the pipeline flows mostly west to east. Is that the direction that pipelines ought to be flowing these days?
I would say probably not. There's more pipe. It ought to go south. There's too much gas getting bottled up on the east end right now. So we're kind of a pipe going in the wrong direction right now. If I could do it over, I would build to the south and not build to the east.
Well, that's an interesting question. If you were going to rebuild for the 2009 expansion, what would you have rebuilt it as?
Probably not 42 because we didn't need that much diameter based on what happened. Hindsight's always 20/20, but based on the diameter we have out there, we're overbuilt for 42-inch, 42 and a 30 running parallel to each other. It's way too much capacity for what wants to go that direction.
So for 2019, what was the diameter that you would have needed?
Probably 36 or less, I would think, maybe even 30-inch. 230s would have been maybe enough.
And what about in 2020?
After all the contracts roll off, probably a single 30 would have been plenty.
And what about 21?
Same. That with the, again, with all the pipelines that have been built out of the basin. At the time, we thought we'd be the first mover. We'd have all the gas coming our direction. We needed a 42 to move all this gas. We'd be full. And, but with all the other interstates being built, as 42-inch pipe that can move a lot of gas, and they want to come south and go to the LNG facilities. They don't want to go east and compete with Marcellus gas that's trying to come south.
All right, one thing I'm not sure that I asked while you were talking about what was happening in 2018, how did Regency handle the note payment that was coming due in 2018?
After we bought Alinda out, we paid that debt off and refinanced it at the parent level. We had a $5 billion revolver that we paid it off with and then refinanced that debt.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
We paid them 25 million in cash and assumed their half a debt.
And that assumption was what amount?
I wanted 237 million, I think was their half. Give or
Yeah,
take,
you
I
said,
think
you
it
said
was,
around 240.
yeah, I thought it was 237 if I remember correctly.
And the refinancing package was what?
Oh, when we refinanced that debt, I have no idea. I mean, we
And you
we
said-
roll it in. We corporately, we have today about 46 billion in debt. So to carve out this 400 million is kind of a rounding error almost. Not to, it's just, I'm not on the finance side, so that's not my wheelhouse.
Thank you. I think you answered my question. Any other commission members have a question? Regina?
I know that you've got some information redacted about customers. You testified that you lost one that was around 300,000, one that was around 50,000, but that then you lost capacity that was 400,000. Can you kind of walk through which customers, even though they're redacted, can we look just kind of, because I didn't see any that match those numbers other than maybe the 50?
Yeah, and part of the reason you didn't see that is those contracts were sold off and then split up between different entities. So that's why you didn't see anything that totaled 300 on there. So that answers that question for you. And yeah, between the other one that went bankrupt and some other issues with others, that's how we lost that capacity, the 350, 400.
And the other question I had was regarding the demand or commodity that you were charging. You said that your competitors didn't use that model, but you did, and you were the only one that was using that model, and that caused the disadvantage. Was there any point where y'all were able to stop using that model to be more competitive?
No, there was not. We didn't, because of the most favored nations agreement in one of the contracts, and they were still utilizing their transportation. So if we felt that we're getting that 30-cent demand, so if we eliminate the commodity, we're probably, and that gas came to the system, then you're not gonna get the commodity fee anymore. You're still just gonna get your 30-cent demand anyway. So we would be giving up some revenue to essentially get no additional revenue. if I explained that
Wouldn't that
correctly.
have made you more competitive, though?
It
with
would
the
have
other
made us more
systems?
competitive, but we'd have been running faster and not getting anywhere. Something.
Fair enough. Any other questions? I was handed a note that lunch is here, so, we're gonna roll a bathroom break and lunch break into the next 30 minutes. We'll be back, let's say 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
those $5 bets.
Okay, I believe we're ready to go. Ms. Banks, note that we're back in session. The time is 1:07. Ms. Adolph, you want to call your next witness? I think he needs to be sworn in.
Yes, I would call Ryan Lee. Could you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Ryan Lee, worked out of our Houston office, 1300 Main Street,
How long, by whom are you employed
Energy Transfer,
and for how long?
5 years.
And what have your positions with the company been over that time?
I've been in the commercial operations group.
In connection with the commercial operations group, were you involved with negotiating transportation contracts for the Regency pipeline system?
Yes, so beginning in 2019, I began covering the rig system in Louisiana, in addition to our Texas intrastate pipes.
Right, so what was happening with the rigs contracts in 2019?
So in 2019, we started negotiating some of the blend and extends that Martin had addressed earlier. And we also were working on new contracts with producers and shippers looking to move gas on rigs.
All right, so let's talk about the blend and extend. What does blend and extend mean?
So Martin touched on it earlier. Blend and extend is taking existing contracts, extending the term, reducing the demand component of that contract to stretch it out over a longer term at a lower rate.
So which of the rigs customers were you trying to do blend and extend with?
Most of the customers were, customers that were on the 36-inch expansion project. Those were most of the blend and extend customers. And then again, the other customers were new contracts that we were negotiating.
All right, hold on one second. All right, can you go through that exhibit and tell me which of the customers there were part of this blend and extend? And obviously the names are redacted, so we're just going to refer to them with their credit rating.
Okay, so the first, yeah. So the first customer here with the BBB plus credit rating, that was a blend and extend customer. So out of this list of contracts that expired in 2020, there were actually only 3 customers that ended up extending their contracts. So the first one, as I mentioned, this BBB plus, that was blended and extended, going out through, I believe, 2025. The rate on that was dropped in half, 15-cent demand, 0 commodity. There was another customer, so it gets a little bit confusing, but there were some consolidations, and during those consolidations, the volumes were combined. So we've had, I believe it was, is that good? So we had another customer at 150 million a day. That was blended and extended down to a 9-cent demand and a penny commodity rate. And then I believe it was this triple B company, 50 million a day was also extended at a 15-cent rate.
So what happened with the rest of the customers that aren't the three that you just described?
They did not extend their contracts.
All right, so for the three that did extend the contracts, what was the capacity that was reserved under those three customer contracts?
So the total was probably, let's see, close to 600 million a day.
And what was the capacity, the total, the system capacity?
So that total system capacity, 1.25 BCF.
And that's for the Haynesville extension or for the total system?
That would be for the total system,
1.2?
1.2, 1.25.
I thought, did you hear Martin's testimony earlier where he explained that it went from about 1.2 to about 2.1?
So when we look at capacity, we're looking at how much capacity we can move through compression. And so with the current compression configuration, we couldn't move a full 2 BCF to the far west section of the pipe.
And is that because you removed compressor stations from?
That is correct.
All right, so these three customers then had, I guess I would call, I would say reservations for about half of your system, 600 out of the 1.2.
That's correct.
What did you do to fill the rest of the system?
The rest of the system, we renegotiated contracts that were on the far west side of our system by out in Caddo Parish.
All right, so what was the revenue impact from going from the 30-cent demand and 5-cent commodity to this blend and extend that you had for these three customers?
So it's about a 50% reduction, right? Because the demand contracts were dropping from a 30 and 5 to a 15 demand and a very small, if any, commodity charge on top of that.
And do you have an exhibit that shows this, basically that prediction, the forecast versus what actually happened?
No, we don't have a, yeah. we don't have that.
All right, so this is a demonstrative exhibit I want you to look at. It shows the margins, the projections versus the actuals. Can you look at 2019, 20, and 21 and tell me how it played out for those years?
So I think you're referring to right here where we have our gross margin for our projection versus actual. And so what we saw with these contracts that were rolling off, we obviously projected them going forward. And you could see in 20, our projection versus actual was about 3.5%. Sorry, that was in 19, it was 3.4%. In 20, 4.6%. And in 2021, we were only off by 3.4%.
And so what was the revenue reduction that you said y'all experienced as a result of the blend and extend contracts?
So we almost 50% of our revenues, right? So going into 19 and 20, we were dropping, from our gross margin of 105 to 62. And again, this was all projected based on the long-term contracts that were rolling off that would not be renewed.
Right. What is in 2019, 20, and 21, if you were to figure out exactly what the capacity was that you needed in terms of diameter of the pipeline, what size pipeline would you have needed in those years to meet those contractual obligations?
Oh, 30-inch pipe. I mean, I think 36 would be too big. So probably 30-inch.
So would you have needed any additional compressor stations?
No, I don't think we would have needed additional compression. I mean, the pipe, our problem with rigs is that it's going to the east. It's a bullet pipe that goes west to east into a market area that's completely saturated. So another pipe going to a saturated market wouldn't be needed.
So is there a market right now for a company like Riggs?
A market to,
I'm sorry, that's a bad question. Is there a market right now for a company like Riggs to be bought in North Louisiana?
yes, I think there's always, I mean, I think pipeline companies are always for sale and there's always a market.
Is there a market for individual standalone pipeline assets such as a segment of 30-inch pipe?
A segment in the middle of a pipeline, not at all.
So if you want to buy pipe, what do you have to buy?
You buy the entire system.
Did you have an opportunity to review the appraisal reports that were prepared by Arthur Financial Services?
I did.
And what are your observations about those appraisal reports?
They looked accurate.
Did they confirm what your projections were about the impact on the revenue?
Yes, they did.
And were you involved in any of the Alinda sale, any of the activity around the Alinda sale?
I was not.
We're gonna assume that, Mr. Eddington's okay with Mr. Smith coming in and assisting if we need to.
All right, Mr. Lee, can you go through the different components of this slide and use this slide to explain what was happening in the Haynesville Shale and with Riggs in 2019?
Going through these points? Sure. So we definitely saw an increase in competition on the pipeline side. Several new pipes and expansions were coming into play. They were more attractive to shippers and producers, just based on deliveries, and obviously more pipe in the ground dictates rates. Coupled with lower prices, you're going to have declining supply and drilling activity, and that's all just price based and on break evens. Again, rig specifically was a pipe that was built as a bullet pipe system to go from west to east. That Perryville market in the east completely saturated, and the newer pipes that were coming in had further access to the south as well. There were several bankruptcies prior to 2019 that had affected us, and our 10-year contracts were all rolling off at the same time. So that provided a challenging environment, trying to renew those contracts, in conjunction with lower prices, higher competition with other pipes, and lack of drilling activity.
And just in conclusion, what was the total amount of capacity that you were able to contract under the renegotiated contracts?
Oh, not more than, around 600 million a day.
And what was the price components for that?
So we were renewing at between 9 and 15 cents.
And that was compared to the 30 cents and the 5 cents for the initial contracts.
That's correct.
And what are the terms under those new contracts, the renegotiated contracts?
Those terms went anywhere from 2 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Is that all the questions, Vidal?
I'm sorry, yes, thank you.
I have just a couple, I think. Mr. Lee, you talked about when you completed with the contract renewals, those you were able to renew, that you were able to fill up some of the capacity. You said with contracts on the west end of the system in Caddo Parish. Tell me a little about those contracts.
So those are contracts that there was some drilling in the northwestern corner. There was several new gathering systems that were going online, and we heavily discounted the rate to move those molecules to the east.
So you say to these, so those molecules, that capacity, again, even though you're picking it up on the west end, it is flowing through Jackson, Caldwell, and Franklin parishes to the eastern terminus of the line?
Yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Any commission members have any questions? Would you have any?
I just had a question about when these systems are built, is the business model that they perform at 100% of capacity when you're doing your revenue stream forecasts, or is there a certain capacity that you're using for that?
So you're asking about just how we economically look at an expansion project. So I was not involved, obviously, in this project, but from when our group looks at a project, we look at what the CapEx cost is and what the rate of return is, and that's a hurdle. And if we can clear that hurdle, then we'll move forward. So that could be, depending on what your CapEx and hurdle is, that doesn't mean that it has to be 100% subscribed. It could be 90 or 95%.
So 90-95% would be normal, but 100% not normal.
I think it just depends on the project.
So you have been involved in projects that have been 90-95%?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Lee, I have just one follow-up. You stated that right now the needs could be met by having a 30-inch diameter pipe. Did I hear you correctly?
I was referring back to, the 1920.
At that point in time, I
Yes.
should say.
Yes.
Is the utilization on a 30-inch pipe truly 30 inches?
Do you mean what's the capacity of a 30-inch pipe?
Right, I mean, do you, if you say, okay, we're talking about 42. and
Yep.
And, you say you really only need a 30. Is there any correlation between the percentage of utilization between the 42 and the 30?
So a lot of it is compression related, right? So, the more compression you add to a pipe, the more throughput you can get. But typically with a 30-inch pipe, you could flow up to 800 million a day.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I just have one follow-up. And just to confirm, what was the flow in 2019, 20, and 21?
Sorry, what?
What did you say was the capacity, the contract capacity for 19, 20, and 21?
So we were around 600 million a day.
So even under this hypothetical 30-inch, you would still be only at, what, 75%?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Megan McCavanagh. All right, please state your name and business address for the record.
Megan McCavanagh, 800 East Sonterra Boulevard, San Antonio, Texas.
What is your current title and by whom are you employed?
I'm currently the Director of Property Tax employed by Energy Transfer.
Can you give us your educational background, please?
I have a BBA in accounting, a BA in psychology, and an MBA.
How long have you been employed with Energy Transfer?
15 years,
And what have your different positions been over that time?
from Manager of Property Tax to Director of Property Tax.
All right, and as Director of Property Tax, what does that position entail?
Currently, Energy Transfer tax is part of the shared service group, and so we represent all ET companies and Sunoco companies. So I have over 130 legal entities underneath me. I have a really small internal property tax group. We have 5 other people. Myself would be 6. So I engage consultants to come and help us because, as you can see from the binder, this is just one legal entity and we have 135. So it takes an army to get all the property tax work done across 41 states.
All right, what is the relationship between Riggs and Energy Transfer?
Currently, Riggs is a wholly owned subsidiary of Energy Transfer.
All right, and what was the relationship with Alinda during the time that there was a joint venture?
Alinda was Riggs' joint venture partner. 50-50 between Regency at the time, Energy Transfer, and Alinda.
All right, and in terms of accounting, what sort of accounting was done during that joint venture time period?
My accounting responsibilities are related to property tax estimates, accruals, payments, budgeting. But we also work with financial data. We receive financial data to complete our returns, renditions, valuations. So while we don't prepare it, we do receive it.
Did you work for Riggs at the time of the expansion in 2009?
Riggs is one of the entities I was responsible for, yes.
And were you involved in any decision-making with respect to the 2009 expansion project?
No, in 2009, Regency was not part of the Energy Transfer. I didn't have it. I was not part of it until 2010 when Energy Transfer and acquired Regency. Well, not acquired Regency. That was later, but we, we had another public, just like currently I have Energy Transfer in Sunoco. Back then I had Energy Transfer and Regency as publicly traded companies.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the before and after org chart. Right, does this accurately reflect the organizational structure during the joint venture?
Yes, this is during the joint venture. Yes. there's another.
How about if you describe what the current organizational structure is?
For rigs, it's Energy Transfer, ETE is at the top, Energy Transfer, and then Energy Transfer Operating, and then rigs.
Right, and just to confirm, during the time of the joint venture, was there any other common ownership or any other contractual or corporate relationship between Alinda and Riggs or any of the energy transfer entities?
No, Alinda was only involved in rigs.
And what is your understanding of Alinda's involvement with Riggs?
They were a private equity firm that purchased an interest in rigs, and about it.
So what sort of responsibilities would you have or interaction you would have with Alinda with respect to tax matters?
If joint venture partners ask about the property taxes or explanations, we do communicate with them. Alinda did reach out directly to us with property tax concerns in 2017. So we did have a lot of discussions with Alinda starting back in 2017 over property taxes.
What were those sort of discussions about?
They were concerned that property taxes were too high compared to the revenue that they were seeing. So they were asking what kind of valuation approaches we were taking, if there was anything more that we could do, if we needed additional help, or and estimates going forward. What did the future look like for the system as far as property taxes?
And back at this time, property tax comprised approximately what percentage of your operating expenses?
During Alinda's time? Roughly about 20%, 10 to 20%.
And what percentage of your operating expenses currently is property tax?
50%. It is half.
Were you involved in the Alinda sale or the Riggs purchase of the Alinda interest in 2018?
I was not.
Were you asked to prepare any information or provide any accounting information in connection with that sale?
I was not.
And prior to the 2018 sale, had you prepared any information in connection with Alinda's prior efforts to market its interest?
I did not.
And what is your understanding of the reason that Alinda sold its interest in the partnership?
They weren't earning a rate of return that private equity firms would normally typically see or expect to earn.
Did anything that you do with respect to property tax change as a result of that sale?
No, Riggs was still an operational system, so no responsibilities changed as far as property taxes.
Were there any accounting changes?
The main accounting change that would have happened from Riggs being a joint venture is joint ventures have separately audited financial statements. And Energy Transfer has all of their legal entities roll up into their 10K and it is audited as a complete entity.
And do you provide information that to the auditors that gets rolled up in that?
Yes.
Describe that sort of information, please.
My information would be all of the property taxes, but as far as Energy Transfer as a whole, it would be every wholly owned subsidiary would roll up into the Energy Transfer Grant Thornton audit.
Are there any specific requirements for asset descriptions or asset valuations?
No,
All right, you mentioned that yours is a fairly small department and that you use outside consultants. Is Property Tax Partners one of those outside consultants?
yes, they are.
All right, how did you come to use property tax consultants?
We've always used property tax consultants. When I first started at Energy Transfer, I was a whole department of one. So there was no way I could do everything internally, much less get everything done that required to go to states, counties, parishes' hands. So we've always used consultants. We've used Property Tax Partners for well over 10 years now. They're really an extension of my in-house tax department. I couldn't do it without a team of helpers.
All right, where do you get Riggs's financial information?
Financial information is provided from the Financial Reporting Department. Paige Edwards is our Assistant Controller. She couldn't be here today, but she did provide an affidavit validating that our financials are the same, whether or not they're going to appraisers, experts, the tax commission, property tax purposes, auditors. I mean, it's the same set of financial records that's used.
And is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
So what sort of information would you request from the account, from the financial reporting team?
Balance sheet, income statement, fixed asset listings.
And then what do you do with that information once you receive it from the financial reporting team?
Pass it along to Property Tax Partners.
And do you sort the information or manipulate the information or do anything otherwise with it?
I do not. A lot of times they get it directly with them having a 10-year plus relationship with Energy Transfer. They're also ingrained internally and know a lot of the department heads. So a lot of times Property Tax Partners will just reach out directly to a department head and I'm copied on the emails.
And so if they make a request for information and you're copied on it, are you separately asked to approve that request?
I am not, and I do not manipulate the data in any way either.
So in this case, in connection with Riggs 2019, 2020, and 21 appeals, what sort of information would you have requested from the financial reporting team?
Balance sheet, income statements, fixed asset listings. We also get utilization reports.
And who would you have provided that information to?
Property Tax Partners.
And do you know what Property Tax Partners did with it after they received it from you?
They review it, digest it, and use it to report property tax renditions.
All right, you mentioned that Energy Transfer has it has its audits, Grant Thornton audits. Are those audits publicly available?
Yes, you can find them in our 10K.
And is this the same information that you request for property tax purposes?
Yes,
And it's the same information that you provided to Property Tax Partners in connection with these 3 tax year appeals?
correct. Everyone's using the same info.
How many other energy transfer entities are rolled into the overall energy transfer audit?
I handle 134 legal entities that have operating assets, but we have hundreds of legal entities. Not all of them are operating entities. We have a lot of disregarded entities and holdcos. We have a very complex org structure. We were going to print out our org chart. It is 29 pages long.
Right, so which entity actually owns the Regency pipeline system assets?
We refer to it as RIGS, Regency Intrastate Gas.
And that's the legal entity?
Yes.
So on the chart that we were looking at earlier, which one of the entities is RIGS, the company that owns the assets?
Agent, will this help? Thanks.
Yes, which of these entities that's shown on here is the entity that actually owns the assets?
Regency Intrastate Gas LP.
And there were some questions earlier about whether or not that entity still existed as an LP or an LLC.
I am not sure if it is an LP or an LLC. We merge, consolidate, simplify. So I'm unsure on which one it is currently.
Right. Are you aware that there was a independent third-party appraiser that was retained in connection with these 3 tax year appeals?
Yes, I engaged her.
All right. Who did you engage?
Patricia Cartwright with Arthur Financial Services.
And how did you select Arthur Financial Services?
Patricia actually did a 2017 appraisal for RIGS. We did it to help explain to Alinda Capital Partners kind of what was going on and what we were seeing and to support our property tax values. But Arthur Financial Services also does a lot of other work for energy transfer, purchase price allocations, as well as other appraisals. She does other appraisals for property tax purposes, aside from RIGS.
Did Riggs also undertake some appraisal work in 2017 in connection with the impairment?
Yes,
All right, so tell us about that.
I wasn't involved in it, but I do know that there was an impairment on the assets.
And what did you do with respect to an appraisal at that time period?
We had Arthur Financial Services do an appraisal in 2017, a business enterprise value.
And was that information provided to property tax partners?
Yes, it was.
And did that include at the time a tangible asset appraisal?
We had a tangible asset appraisal done in Arthur Financial Services also did appraisals for RIGS in 19, 20, and 21. All 3 of those years were business enterprise, except 2020 also had a fixed asset appraisal as well.
So specifically for 2019, what is it that you asked Arthur Financial Services to do?
To prepare an appraisal, a business enterprise appraisal.
And what was the purpose of that business valuation?
For property tax purposes.
And is that to find out the value of the assets that Riggs owned in Louisiana?
Yes, to find out the fair market value of the assets.
All right, and what about 2020?
2020, the same. We wanted to know the fair market value of the assets, and that is the year that we had the fixed asset appraisal done.
And what about 2021?
2021, same thing. We had a business enterprise valuation done.
All right, so did Ms. Cartwright, on behalf of Arthur Financial Services, accomplish what you set her out to do?
She did.
All right, and what is it that she provided back to you?
She provided appraisal reports for all the years requested. And we received fair market value.
And for your purposes, are these reports acceptable to the company?
Yes, they are.
And are you using these valuations for property tax purposes now?
Yes,
And what about for any other accounting purposes?
no.
All right, so what is it that you're asking the commission to do today?
To recognize that Riggs does have economic obsolescence. The pipe schedules that are utilized by Louisiana do not capture economic obsolescence. If it did, our value would yield in a similar ballpark to what our current appraisal is. We're looking for fair market value.
How do other jurisdictions where you're involved with property tax, do they value pipeline property the same way that Louisiana does?
Not by, other jurisdictions do, other states do have pipe schedules, but they'll also recognize economic obsolescence.
What has been the impact on rigs operating in Louisiana as a result of these taxes compared to its revenue?
Well, our revenue has fallen off a cliff, and currently our property taxes are 50% of our revenue.
How has that affected operating?
Well, the rate of return is really low on it. It doesn't look like a very good, profitable entity.
Is there a market for an entity like that in North Louisiana now?
You would have to ask commercial.
So at the conclusion of his testimony, Ryan Lee walked through some of the factors that were at play in 2019, 20, and 21 in connection with the transportation contracts and the revenue impact. Can you do the same thing and go through these items and explain how it was affecting property tax?
Absolutely. As we heard from Ryan and Martin, there was an increase. Oh, you're good. There was an increase in competition out there. There was a decline in supply. Riggs runs east to west. The new market is north to south. Bankruptcies affected it. The contracts are really the big thing. The contracts rolling off. There's no mechanism for Riggs to get back the level of revenue that they did pre, the market slumping, demand slumping.
Does Energy Transfer have any other assets in North Louisiana and the Haynesville Shale?
Yes, they do.
And have those assets been similarly impacted by the drop in production in the Haynesville Shale?
Yes, they have.
Would you say that this is an industry-wide issue or just a Riggs issue?
It would be industry-wide. It's not specific to Riggs.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Eddington, you have some questions?
Yes, Mr. Kevin, I'm Brian Eddington. I represent the three assessors that you have often protest and appeals from today. That'd be the assessors for Caldwell, Franklin, and Jackson parishes. I want to turn back to the organizational chart, and you actually were able to clear up some of my ongoing confusion. As I said earlier, the who's on first scenario. The tax returns that were filed in these three parishes, the protests were filed with the Board of Reviews, and the Appeals Commission are all in the name of Regency Intrastate Gas LLC. That is the same entity that is listed as Regency Intrastate Gas LP, the lower right entry on this chart. Is it not? It's not a trick question. I'm just
No,
trying to
we
figure
would,
who's who.
oh, sorry.
No, it's not. It's not a trick question. I'm really just trying to figure out who's who.
No worries. This is when it was still a joint venture with Alinda, and if we could find the org chart, the updated org chart, it would have the correct legal name that is currently used.
Okay, well, on that chart, the actual owner of the assets is the entity listed as Regency Intrastate Gas LP.
For this time, that would be correct.
Okay, and the entity that filed the property tax returns, and I will tell you, I can show you the documents, but it's all in the name of Regency Intrastate Gas LLC. That is the current owner of those assets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So at some point in time, there's,
Restructure when Alinda was no longer a joint venture partner.
okay, great. And I want to talk about that. Looking at the chart, now you had, on the top line, you had the Alinda Gas Pipeline 1 and Alinda Gas Pipeline 2. And those entities were bought out by Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC, correct?
That is correct, and what
Okay.
Martin testified to
Right.
earlier.
Now, down on the bottom line, you have Regency GP LLC. And on the top line, you have EFS Haynesville LLC. And if I understood Mr. Anthony's testimony, those were GE, General Electric entities. Is that accurate?
GE owned the general partner of RGP and the 0.001% interest in this joint venture.
Okay, and is GE still involved?
No, they're
Okay.
not.
Okay, so EFS Haynesville is also gone off the org chart.
Correct.
What about Riggs GP LLC? That'd be on this chart, the lower left entry.
That would be gone as well.
Okay. What about Regency Haynesville Partnership Company? It looks like with all this collapses, there's still
That
a need
would-
for that entity.
That one would have been gone as well.
Okay, and when did these entities go away?
After Alinda got out of the joint venture, so that would have been 2018, April of 2018.
April, you said?
April, correct?
Okay, can you, what is the current status of Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC after the partnership went away?
That one, oh, I can't believe we don't have it handy. That one I believe is still there. I believe Riggs Intrastate Gas just drops right under that one now and goes up to Energy Transfer. So instead of this chart going out and down, it would just be a straight up and down.
Okay, and with instead of 3 tiers, it'd be 2 tiers, right? Correct? I'm sorry. Ah, here we go.
Correct. But like I said, Energy Transfer's org chart is 29 pages long. So I mean, but yes, the direct path for Riggs is,
If it would be helpful, let's
Yeah,
give
yeah.
Mr. Smith a minute just to get it up on the screen. I'd like to follow it as well.
Commissioner, there is a hard copy in your blue binder under Exhibit 2. It'll be the 3rd page from the end.
Yeah, but-
There is no updated. Well, maybe he has one. Oh, great. Oh, well, this may save me a whole bunch of questions.
yeah. Visual's sometimes easier
Yes.
with our org chart. I understand.
It could prompt you to have a few more questions though, Brian.
There we go. Yeah, here. Yeah, isn't Isn't there one more up here? Yeah. Okay, so this is our publicly traded entity. This is ET. Underneath ET is Energy Transfer Operating. Underneath there is the Riggs Haynesville Partnership. Then the Riggs GP LLC, which appears to be still there. And then Regency Intrastate Gas LP.
Okay, so Regency Haynesville Partnership Company and EFS Haynesville are the only entities that actually, well, and obviously Alinda that went away.
Correct.
Okay.
And this would be the entity right here that houses the assets. And these three entities are disregarded entities for federal income tax purposes. They all roll up to the parent company.
Okay, so
Does that help?
I think it does. So,
Regency Intrastate Gas LP.
Is that the one that you refer to as Riggs? Is the one at the very bottom? or-
Correct.
And the sum total of the three make up actually who you're referring to when you speak of Riggs, the entity?
Riggs, the entity, for me, it is one legal entity, company number 2324, and it's just this one box.
For tax purposes, but not for legal purposes. There are three entities.
For legal, correct.
okay, that's great. So, and again, because I've had it at 2018 at one point. When did Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company went away in April of 2018 or 2019?
Can you repeat that?
If you look on the old org chart, the one I gave you, that kind of middle level Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company. Okay, tell you, the reason I'm asking this is because I have two different dates written down. It went away in April of 2018 or
Okay.
April 2019.
That one appears to be still there. The Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company. It is the EFS one that is no longer there, the EFS Haynesville LLC.
What about Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC? If you look at the original org chart, that would be the upper left entry. The entity that purchased Alinda's interest, where did it go to?
That one is no longer there.
Okay, well, since it was Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas that purchased the Alinda interest, where did those interests go to?
Okay, I think a better way to look at this is that whole top row.
Yes,
The whole top row went away after the joint venture.
so at some point, now again, if you read the Alinda sale, it's very clear that it was Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC that purchased those interests. You saying those partnership interests
Would have,
are now owned by Regency Haynesville Partnership Company?
the partnership interest and the assets are two different legal entities.
But it is all legal entities. I'm trying to figure out.
So for our purposes here, the assets are held at the lower level.
Right.
So when the joint venture went away, the top row went away and Energy Transfer replaced it.
So Energy Transfer moved up a line, as it were.
The joint venture companies are no longer there. The joint any legal entity that had interest with Alinda had gone away.
You know, they've gone away. So where did those interests go to? Where do those interests appear on this chart?
It would be the 100% Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company. And all of those roll up to Energy Transfer Operating.
Okay, and that would have been in April of 2019?
I'm not sure when they did the reformation, but it would have been after the Alinda sale or Alinda transaction in April of 2018.
Cool, I'm sorry. See, I stepped on my own notes again. Let me,
I'm keeping up.
well, I barely am, so I'm impressed. And can you tell me, and you may not know, how did that ownership interest, again, Regency Haynesville Shale purchased Olinda Gas Pipeline 1 LP and Olinda Gas 2 Pipeline, Olinda Gas Pipeline 2 LP's interest? Was it a sale? Was it a donation? How were those interests conveyed from Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC to Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company?
I don't know the specifics. That would have been legal and however they formed or sold the interest, that I wouldn't have been involved in that.
And so you don't know if they were sold, donated? I mean, I assume there was a paper trail.
Oh, no, there's a paper trail and Martin talked a lot about the org chart and how Olinda Pipeline, Gas Pipeline 1 and 2 companies all intertwined.
Well, that's what Mark said was ask you. Okay, no, no need to answer that. Okay, looking at the chart, Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company, Riggs GP LLC. Well, tell me, who is Riggs GP LLC? Because again, I was working on the assumption they were gone.
It's a disregarded entity.
But it is an entity. It's on the org chart. Who is it? What is it?
A holding company.
Okay, and each of those three entities, Riggs Haynesville Partnership Company, Riggs GP LLC, and Regency Intrastate Gas LP or LLC, do they maintain separate books and records?
They would have separate books and records if they had books and records. There may be no activity on one or the 2 levels above. Those aren't entities I would ever dig into as they have no assets or property tax reporting purposes.
Okay. I think I finally understand. Like I said, that was really just, as I said earlier, it was like the old Abbott Costello who's on first joke.
Got it. That's our 29-page org
Okay.
chart.
Please tell me, who is got too many pages more. 1 second. I was asking earlier about an entity that no longer appears on that, and that is Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC. Who is ET Texlaw Holdings LLC?
It's a holding company. One of our many, I'm sure, on our org chart.
Where does ET Texlaw Holdings LLC fit into this org chart?
It would fall underneath energy transfer operating and would be another disregarded entity.
Okay, well, you keep saying disregarded entity, but I understand for tax purposes, but it is a separate entity, correct?
Correct.
And after the Olinda sale, this is what the Olinda sale is very, very clear that Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC acquired all of Olinda Gas Pipeline 1 and Pipeline 2's interest, correct? Here, I want to hand you some records from the Secretary of State, and I've got copies for the commissioners. Copy for your attorney. Okay. According to the Louisiana Secretary of State's records, and I've got certified copies, Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC was merged with several other companies. HP Houston Holdings, ETC Oasis, HBL Holdings. They were merged in with and into XSL Acquisition Sub LLC under the name ET Texla Holdings LLC. So it goes back to the question that after the Alinda sale, Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC was a 99.99% owner. So it didn't just go away. In fact, it was merged into another entity that's not shown on this chart, is it?
I don't see it on the chart, but in order to track all the way up, we would need to take a peek at the full-blown org chart that, like I said, it's 29 pages long and we'd have to trace all the way up the tree.
I understand, but again, if Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC, and they paid 25 million for a 49% interest. It looks like those interests were merged into a new entity, ET Texla. Is that not accurate?
ET Texlo would sit right under Energy Transfer Operating. So it is possible that all of this rigs boxes, these 3 rigs boxes would go up again to Texla to eventually Energy Transfer Operating.
So there may be some missing boxes in this chart, is what you're telling me, between Regency Haynesville Partnership Company and Energy Transfer Operating LP.
I could see ET Texla Holdings being above it, but we simplified this just to look at the rigs entities.
Well, like I said, but this is all very, very important and gets to it, because I know you keep referring to it as disregarded entities, but they are separate legal entities. So I assume, does ET Texla Holdings LLC maintain its own books and records?
I couldn't verify that. These are not entities I deal with at all, as these are just going to be holding entities and have no activity or assets.
Okay. So I'm going to introduce the Secretary of State records, and I've got certified copies. I'm gonna turn the original over. Ms. Banks, as a rebuttal, as rebuttal exhibit 12, which will be the next. It'd be exhibit 12, because mine ended at 11. Mr. Kavanaugh, you were in earlier when Mr. Anthony testified, were you not?
I was.
And you heard his definition of how Energy Transfer values property.
I did.
Why don't you tell me in your own words how you believe property, this property, the Regency Intrastate Gas LLC pipeline, should be valued?
By my expert's appraisal,
No, I'm asking for your opinion on how it should be valued.
fair market value
And fair market value of what?
of the assets.
The entire assets as a system? Did you hear his testimony regarding functional and geographic differences in
I-
the system?
I did.
Would this be valued as a unit, or do you believe it should be valued based upon what's located in the individual parishes, broken down?
The pipeline, currently they're put on pipe schedules being locally assessed.
Right.
The pipe schedules do not yield fair market value and do not take into consideration economic obsolescence. So you would need to explore other ways to get to fair market value.
And, oh, I'm so sorry. So how long have you been the property tax director?
As director, about a year.
And your prior position, how long were you with Energy Transfers?
I've been at Energy Transfer since 2008, so 15
Okay.
years.
So let's go back. Are you familiar with the protest that your consultants filed in 2018?
I am.
What did you understand that claim to be? The claim that was presented to the assessors, to the board's review, and to the tax commission for 2018?
That we're asking for them to recognize economic obsolescence.
And do you remember how economic obsolescence was calculated in that case?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
I'm gonna tell you, and it's all in the book if you want to check. They submitted an impairment analysis. Do you remember the impairment analysis that was performed by Price Waterhouse Cooper?
Yes, there was an impairment.
Okay, and what they did was did a forward-looking discounted cash flow to come up with an estimated operating value. And they took that estimated operating value, they compared it to the scheduled totals, and that was how they measured obsolescence. Is that consistent with your understanding what they did?
Yes,
Do you believe that is the proper way to value property for ad valorem tax purposes in Louisiana?
I believe economic obsolescence should be considered when valuing property in Louisiana.
Right, but at some point you have to calculate economic obsolescence, do you not?
And we have an appraiser, we have an expert that has calculated it and
Well,
can
we're-
discuss
And
it.
and I'm gonna get that in a second, but I'm still talking about 2018 and 2019. They did it by taking this estimated operating value, comparing it to the tax commission schedule values, and they reduced the tax commission schedule values to that estimated operating value and called it economic obsolescence. Do you believe that is a valid method of calculating economic obsolescence? Simple yes, no question.
I'm unsure.
You don't have an opinion?
My opinion is with my appraiser. There is economic obsolescence on that pipeline. 2018 is not the year that we are here for. 2019, you just brought up.
Okay,
20
well, let's talk about 2019.
2019, there was a sale in 2018, an arm's length transaction, and fair market value, that is, a sale is the best determination of fair market value. So in 2019, we really did assume that the sale was a true indication of fair market value.
Okay, well, we're still not through with 2018. Do you know what the tax commission did with the request for economic obsolescence that Regency Intrastate Gas LLC made in 2018?
No, but we will have Steve Grace up here in a little while and he can testify to that, what happened in 2018. I know the outcome, but he can talk. We did not prevail. We did not receive. I know that Angie was involved, but that's the year that I did not participate live. I am. We're still recognizing that there is economic obsolescence and the pipe schedules don't take into consideration economic obsolescence and don't yield the fair market value for this particular asset. The schedules are a great start. A starting point, but that's taken a cookie cutter approach to say every system is operating perfectly that would adhere to the schedules in a perfect world. And there are other factors to take into consideration. That would be correct. 2019, there's the additional factor of the dissolution of the joint venture. So now it's a wholly owned subsidiary. We have an arm's length transaction, and so we know we know the market value based on the sale. That's a major difference between 18 and 19. Not for 18. This 18 would have been reported as of 1/1, and the sale happened in April. I'm unsure if it was addressed in the filing itself, but there were discussions about this sale. And that would be with property tax partners and the assessors. I've read it many years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. In some detail. Did you ever review that document?
If I did, it would have been at a very high level. Like I said, I have over 130 legal entities for property taxes.
I'll tell you what, one second. I'm going to read you what the First Circuit Court of Appeal said, and again, this is in 2018. The 2018 partnership interest sale is not a pipeline sale at all. Rather, it is the sale of a partnership interest in an entity in which RIG apparently is a wholly owned subsidiary. The sale contract does not clearly indicate exactly what Alinda 1 and 2 sold to Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas for $25 million, and is relevant herein does not specifically indicate that RIG's Caldwell, Franklin, and Jackson Parish property was being sold at a specific value. So let me ask you, can you tell me specifically what was being sold to Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC for $25 million?
That's above the asset level, and that is what Martin Anthony was talking about. I was not involved in the sale at all. I'm rehashing what Martin Anthony said earlier. Alinda paid 25 million and we acquired their debt.
Well, you keep saying that this sale is a big difference, but every time I ask you a question, you want to refer it back to Mr. Anthony. So I'm asking you, can you tell me what Alinda 1 and 2 sold to Regency Haynesville Intrastate Gas LLC for $25 million?
25 million plus their half of the debt was for the, I'm unsure if they refer, it's not an asset purchase because it's a joint venture, but the assets are involved. So that is their interest in the joint venture assets. So
So-
they paid 50% essentially for the assets.
Will you say essentially for the assets? Was it an asset sale or a partnership interest sale?
It would have been a partnership interest sale, but I'm looking at the assets.
Ma'am, that's not my question. I understand how you look at this. You look at these as disregarded entities, but they're not disregarded entities legally. They are in fact separate entities. So let me just ask you a simple yes, no question. Because you keep saying that the big difference is the Alinda sale. Was it an asset sale?
It was not an asset sale.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything that specifically indicates that Riggs
Mr. Edding,
Caldwell?
I'd like to hear the rest of her response. If I
It was not an asset sale because it was a joint venture. So each party had interest. The assets sit, like we saw on the org chart, so many levels down from where Energy Transfer, Alinda and Riggs joint venture happened.
Okay. Does anything, and again, I'm reading from what the First Circuit sale, when they found the sale was not valid for property tax purposes. They said that the sale does not specifically indicate that Riggs Caldwell, Franklin, and Jackson pipeline property was being sold at a specific value. Is there anything, to the best of your knowledge, in that document that shows that specific pipeline property in these three parishes was being sold at a specific value?
We never would sell just a segment of a pipeline, so there's no reason to look at just 3 individual parishes. We would look at Riggs as an entire operating system.
And so it's your opinion that for property tax purposes, Riggs should be valued as a unit and not based upon the property valued, the property subject to taxation in the individual parishes?
I'm going to object to this reference of as a unit. That's kind of a loaded term when you're talking about interstate versus intrastate pipelines, and for accounting purposes and property tax.
I agree with that.
Thank
Unless you want to
I can ask
rephrase it.
another way. Let me insert the word enterprise, business enterprise. So it's your opinion that Regency Intrastate Gas LLC should be valued as a single business enterprise and not based upon the value of its property in the individual parishes?
That is correct.
What is your understanding of what assessors in Louisiana assess?
Tangible personal property?
Do assessors in Louisiana assess business enterprises?
No.
Would you like to, no, I don't want to cut you off.
We're not as set. We have to look, you can't just take the pipe that is in Caldwell Parish and say, this standalone pipe is worth X. Our pipeline system is a unique asset. It is linear. It goes through, it's not worth anything if you're just looking at a county alone. So you do need to look at the entire system to get a value for the entire system.
Okay, but an assessor's job is to value just the property in his parish. Correct?
That's correct. And Louisiana uses pipe schedules, and the pipes in Louisiana should value fair market value. Using the pipe schedules does not yield fair market value. You would have to take in additional factors in, such as economic obsolescence.
But again, you seem to be dancing around the fairly simple question I'm asking, and that is, how do you go about determining, I know you said there's no market, but an assessor's constitutional mandate is to assess the property in his parish. The plant, property, and equipment, the tangible assets, whatever you want to call it.
That's
How
correct.
how do you get from the business enterprise to the property located in, let's talk about these three parishes, in Caldwell, Franklin, or Jackson parishes?
Great question. Your business enterprise value is going to yield your economic obsolescence. So you would be able to identify, based on the appraisal, the business enterprise valuation, you would be able to identify economic obsolescence and then do the additional step beyond just the standard tables.
So what you're saying, so at the end of the day, they are valuing the business enterprise under what you're proposing, would they not be?
I don't understand that question.
Well, if you're saying that they need to reduce the schedule values to business enterprise and call it economic obsolescence, what they're valuing is the business enterprise, correct?
So we're in other parishes besides the 3 that are in dispute here. We pride ourselves in trying to work with assessors. These pipelines are here for decades. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be in Louisiana communities for a long time. Energy Transfer continues to grow. we try to work across the table with assessors. The pipe tables are their tool to assess property. However, there are additional conversations, there are additional things that happen. Those are the conversations that you have to have with the assessor and work with the assessor to show them the tables do not yield fair market value. There are additional factors that we have to take into consideration. Here they are. Currently, Riggs is paying 10% or half of their NOI is property tax. 1 year NOI is $11 million. We paid $10 million in property tax. That's extreme. That shows that it's not fair market value, and we need to have more discussions than just the tables that are being utilized.
And I don't disagree, but I'm gonna go off on a segue because you talked about sitting down and meeting with assessors and 50%. For 2019, Riggs had originally filed appeals against 7 parishes. Are you aware of that?
I am.
One of those was the single largest parish, Bienville, in the entire Riggs system. If this is driven by concerns over the percentage of NOI that you're paying in taxes, can you explain to me why you dismissed the appeals for Bienville, Bossier, Lincoln, and Webster parishes?
Absolutely, and fantastic question. Those 3 parishes are the 42-inch pipe. Those are the 3 parishes that have the 42-inch pipe. The 42-inch pipe are the big dollars on the pipe schedules. So
Excuse me, the 3 on appeal today.
that is correct. And that is the 2009 expansion segment. We made a business decision to only concentrate on the 42-inch pipe. That was the 2009 expansion.
Okay, so then if we really want to hone in on these 3 parishes and economic obsolescence, we need to be looking at the losses attributable to that 42-inch pipeline and not the entire system, correct?
You still have to look at the whole system. We heard Ryan and Martin talk about, and I'm not the engineer or the operations person, but you heard
No,
them
but
talk.
You're the head of property tax.
Correct. So I have operations, commercial experts, people. We have 10,000 employees that help the property tax department. But we concentrated on the 42-inch pipe for this appeal.
Okay, well then, let me break it down real simple. You know that assessors are required to follow the schedules. You're saying that they should have applied a reduction in obsolescence for economic obsolescence.
Correct.
How would you propose they calculate that? And this Caldwell parish.
I'll defer to my expert handling that
No,
question.
you're the director of property tax. I'm asking you, how would you recommend that they calculate an obsolescence reduction in Caldwell parish?
Again, I'm going to defer to my
Are
expert.
you refusing to answer or you don't know?
I
Ms.
don't,
Eddington, I think she answered.
Well, actually, no, she didn't. She said, I'm going to defer. I'm asking her opinion as the director of property tax
that's,
for this entity.
Ms. Kavanaugh, you can answer again if you'd like.
I'm going to defer again to my expert
let the
to
record
explain
reflect.
how to calculate economic obsolescence.
Mr. Eddington, you have another question?
Yeah, I may not. Okay, well, let me try this another way. Earlier, you testified that Riggs has economic obsolescence.
Correct.
How much?
In some years, on average, it's 30 to 40%.
How do you calculate that 30 to 40%?
I was provided the 30 to 40% and reviewed all the work papers and had conversations with my expert.
Who provided that to you?
My conversations or,
Yeah.
well, property tax partners, my
Okay.
providers, and Arthur Financial Services, my expert that did the appraisal.
Okay, it's interesting. I've heard a couple of comments today, and I'm not sure if you made one of them or was one of the earlier witnesses I know your consultants testified to it last year, and several of the assessors have commented that the tax reps kept commenting that the investors were not receiving their expected rate of return. How is that relevant to determining the value of property for ad valorem taxation purposes?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. There have been multiple witnesses. Again, you had Mike Smith in 2018. You had witnesses today. I know, and I'm telling her that Mike Smith testified. I can give him for the transcript.
Then if you want her to read some of Mike Smith's testimony, provide her with copies of the testimony and refer to specific sections that you want her to address.
You heard it earlier today, it was testified that the investors were not receiving their expected rate of return. Correct?
Which investors are you talking about?
I don't know. I didn't make the comment.
Oh.
Your colleagues did.
Alinda, earlier what they were referring to is Alinda being a private equity who their job is to go out there and seek projects to earn a high rate of return. That's their business.
Okay, so what does the fact that they were not earning that high rate of return have to do with the value of this property for ad valorem taxation purposes?
I don't think that's what he was referring to earlier. I think that's why Alinda was not staying with the joint venture.
Well, let me say it slightly differently. Do you believe that the fact that the investors were not receiving their expected rate of return should play any role in the valuation of property for ad valorem taxation purposes? Simply ask the
It-
question.
No, it's really not, because when you say investors, I'm assuming that you're talking about the Alinda. I can't speak to Alinda's what rate of return that they're required to earn on projects and when their bailout, bottom is, or what their model is for their ceiling and what they expect to return. So I can't speak to their.
Okay, but let's assume that whatever their threshold was, that it wasn't being met. What role does the fact that they were not receiving their anticipated rate of return play in determining the fair market value of property for ad valorem taxation purposes?
I don't think it was the reason why, we're assuming the reason why Alinda wanted out of the joint venture. We didn't correlate it to how property is being valued.
Okay, you're getting close to answering the question I asked you. Does it or does it not play a role in the valuation of property for ad valorem taxation purposes?
What Alinda's business purposes is and their required rate of return is outside of this property. It's outside of the value of the assets.
Okay. What do you mean? Because I think you answered my question. What do you mean by it's outside the value of these assets?
The reason why they were talking about the rate of, and when you talk about investors, ET Investors, we're a publicly traded company and Riggs is one of, hundreds of legal entities. So I'm still assuming you're talking about Alinda. I'm not Alinda. I've never worked for them. I don't know anyone over the, I can't speak to Alinda's.
Let me ask a totally different way then. Should an assessor who is tasked with determining the value of property in his or her individual parish pay any attention to the fact that investors are or are not receiving their anticipated rate of return in determining the assessed value of property for ad valorem taxation purposes?
A rate of return could be useful. For example, currently Riggs is 50% of my, or property taxes for Riggs is 50% of my expenses. I think that's very useful information and very extreme for a company to pay. I mean, in 1 year, net operating income was 11 million. We paid 10 million in property tax. That's excessive.
So that would have been important information for an assessor to know.
Sure. And they have our NOI.
They do. How do they have?
It's in the appraisals.
And it tells them what percentage of income is being paid as property taxes?
No, but you can calculate that.
How could they calculate?
You could calculate it.
How?
You could read the appraisal reports, look at NOI and look at how much property tax Riggs paid.
Well, how's the assessor of Caldwell Parish to know how much Riggs paid in property tax in the state of Louisiana?
It's public info.
Where?
Assessors' websites. I know not all parishes have websites, but you can call. It is public info. You can call and request.
And so when an assessor is making an assessment, of course, that's before that information is posted.
Of course, you're talking about, we received tax bills, we paid, ran numbers, and it's 50%. So that's not,
That's nothing an assessor would know or could know while he's making an assessment in any given tax year, is it?
we would have. I'm not sure. We could ask Steve when he comes up what conversations he had with the parishes as regards to that.
I plan to. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Adolph, do you have any?
Mr. Eddington asked you some questions about the difference between 2018 and 2019. And you mentioned that the sale was one of the factors that was different in 2019. Based on what Martin Anthony and Ryan Lee described, what were some of the other different factors at play in 2019?
Demand was down.
What about the transportation contracts and the renegotiation of the transportation contracts?
A lot of the contracts were rolling off, and when commercial went to renegotiate, the rates were less than half as they were previously.
Were you involved in any discussions with the assessors about either the business valuation or that assessor schedule valuations for either of any of 2019, 20, or 21?
No, not for those years.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I have one question. Earlier, if I understood you correctly, you actually made the request for the appraisals.
Correct.
Did you make the request by individual year? And if so, in what order?
Well, we first started with 2017. And we did not have one done for 2018. And then we had one done for 19, 20, 21. And I would assume they're in chronological order. Actually, 2019 was done last.
That's the reason I'm actually asking that question, and I thought Mr. Eddington probably would have asked it.
I was going to ask a follow-up, so thank you.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, you're right. 2019 was done last because we did rely on the Alinda sale for 2019.
And those appraisals were used by you to actually go back and do the renditions or review the renditions?
That'd be a question for property tax partners. They prepare and file all of our renditions.
But you reviewed them.
I do not review them all.
Does any other commission members have any questions for Gina?
Yeah, I have a question. You stated that without a lender, your percentage of your property tax that was paid was 50%. And I missed the percentage with the lender.
Between 10 and I think 18, but round numbers, 10 to 20%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all. We would like a short break or keep going? Short break?
Never say no to a short break.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10 minutes. right, let the record reflect. Back in session, the time is 2:58.
All right, the taxpayers would call Patricia Cartwright.
Just so you know, it has no particular meaning, but I have had a recent operation and I will stand up sometimes just because sitting, I start to hurt.
All right, please state your name and business address for the commission.
My name is Patricia Cartwright. My name is Patricia Cartwright. My business address is 2851 Joe DiMaggio Boulevard in Round Rock, Texas.
Who's your employer
Arthur Financial Services.
and what's your position with Arthur Financial Services?
I'm a partner.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11 and ask you to identify your CV.
Yes, that's me.
All right, that'll be Riggs Taxpayer Exhibit 897, page 897.
That's your CV.
Yes, it is.
Want to make sure with CV.
Can you summarize your educational background for the commission?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Finance in 1989 from Cal State, magna cum laude graduate. I have 34 years' experience in appraisal.
Can you describe your relevant appraisal experience for the commission?
I would say roughly 25 plus years, largely exclusively in energy-related assets. That's power plants, refineries, oil and gas field services, and midstream assets as well.
What does the designation ASA stand for?
I'm an accredited senior appraiser with the American Society of Appraisers in the discipline of business valuation.
All right, can you describe for us your experience valuing pipeline businesses and related equipment and properties?
I've worked for multiple midstream companies. They're usually large. I've appraised individual subsidiaries, and I've appraised multiple system assets. I've worked in purchase price allocation, in federal tax, and in property tax.
How many years have you been doing work for Energy Transfer?
15.
And how many appraisals do you figure you have done, not just for Energy Transfer, but how many appraisals do you figure you've done over the last 5 years?
5 years, I'd average 50 to 60 a year.
Can you describe your experience with Louisiana appraisals, or rather appraisals of Louisiana property?
Well, I've never testified here before, but I have appraised assets for purchase price allocations and for property tax, but they were settled or it was used in another arena.
So could you identify some of the pipelines that you've done property appraisal work for in Louisiana?
Yeah. What was that? Can't do that.
Have you ever done refinery appraisals?
I have.
All right, so let me clarify though, your experience is or your educational background is finance, not engineering. Is that correct?
No, I'm not an engineer. I take the perspective of an investor.
Are you familiar with Louisiana statutory and regulatory guidelines for determining fair market value?
I am.
Have you ever taught classes on business valuation or appraisal assignment?
I have.
Approximately how many classes?
Dozens.
And have you given presentations on business appraisals?
Yes, dozens.
Have you ever published any articles in the area of business appraisals?
Only in conjunction with the presentations.
Is a are you a Louisiana, do you have a Louisiana appraiser's license?
No,
Is one required for the work you did for Riggs?
no.
Overall, how many appraisals do you think you've conducted in your career?
Thousands.
Have you previously been accepted as an expert in business valuations and as a certified appraiser?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
more than 20, but less than 50. I would have to go back through the records and count them.
Have you ever been tendered as an expert but rejected?
No,
Right, I would tender Patricia Cartwright as an expert in the area of appraisal of energy businesses and related assets, including natural gas pipeline systems and related assets for each of the docketed consolidated appeals.
Actually, I have some questions about her qualifications. Sure. Ms. Cartwright, your appraisal report states that you are an accredited senior appraiser in the American Society of Appraisers in the discipline of business valuation. Is that accurate?
yes, sir.
Okay, I checked Arthur Financial's website, and under the tab Services, there was a machinery, equipment, and other tangible asset tab, which states, and I quote, "We pride ourselves on assigning to our clients highly experienced and credentialed professional appraisals. Our machinery and equipment appraisers typically hold designations such as senior members of the American Society of Appraisers in the discipline of machinery and technical sales. Are you accredited in the discipline of machinery and technical specialties?"
No, sir. My work would be used in this context. I worked with the machinery and technical specialties appraiser in the year that we did the tangible assets. In this context, my work would be used to quantify economic obsolescence.
Okay.
And that would be in my wheelhouse. They
Okay,
would turn to me for that.
okay. I see that you have a bachelor's degree in finance from Cal State. Have you received any specialized training, any advanced education in the addressing the valuation of machinery and equipment?
I've worked for 34 years, constantly working on and with machinery and technical specialties appraisers. I've taken classes in it and I understand it extremely well.
Okay, tell me about the classes you've taken. I mean, what did you study? When did you study it?
I took classes in machinery and technical specialties as part of purchase price allocation in specific, which would be much the same way I would approach this.
Your report states that you have over 30 years' experience providing valuation and value-related consulting services, and that you perform valuations for such purposes as purchase price allocation, corporate reorganization, transfer pricing studies, insolvency, fairness opinions, gift and estate tax, employee stock ownership plans, and bankruptcy. What I don't see is the valuation of property for property tax purposes. Now, you testified earlier that you have done some work in the property tax field. Could you tell me about that?
I've worked in Connecticut, I've worked in Texas, I've worked in California, and I've worked in Oklahoma.
And those were the cases you listed in your CV?
I didn't list the cases, but there's some of them. Presidio, I think, county it was an aluminum plant. In that case, I was there to quantify economic obsolescence.
Okay, well, tell you what. And these are the cases that are listed in your CV. Tell me about the case you testified in Mono County, California Superior Court, and what your testimony involved.
It was a partnership dissolution.
Okay.
I remember that. I remember that in that particular case, There was a loss of value in the process of it. And,
Lost value in the partnership?
in the process of the partnership breaking up.
Got it.
I was there to testify primarily to the loss of value.
What about the case you testified in San Diego, California Superior Court? What kind of case
There
was
are
that?
many cases I testified in San Diego.
You just list one case in your CV.
Which one did I list?
Yeah, unfortunately, right.
That's not one case. I had multiple cases in Mono County, California Superior Court. A dozen or more in San Diego County.
Well, tell me about those cases. Did any of them involve property taxation?
No,
Okay, that,
San Patricio County did. The town of Wallingford in Connecticut did.
okay. So the Los
This is
Angeles
a
County,
example.
California Superior Court did not involve property taxation?
It did not.
And- Okay, tell me about then the case in San Patricio County, Texas.
It was it was a former Alcoa aluminum plant. The assets themselves and a replacement cost new, less physical depreciation, were very high dollar. Once upon a time, this plant had made a lot of money. It no longer made much money. Most aluminum was being manufactured out of the United States, not there. So the kind of returns that they could expect there were significantly lower. I testified to economic obsolescence.
Okay, what about the case in the town of Wallingford, Connecticut?
It was a peaker power plant that was losing money hand over fist. It was brand new built. I testified to economic obsolescence.
Okay, are those the only two cases you have testified in regarding property taxation?
Where I've testified, I worked in others, but usually they
Okay.
settle.
Well, good. And that was my question. Then you stated earlier that you had performed some pipeline appraisals in Louisiana.
For purchase price allocation, and I have worked on a few for property tax, but as far as I know, nobody's ever told me anything about them going any further than my appraisal.
When were those? What parishes? Which pipeline? Was it recently?
Yes, sir, but it was for a different client, and I can't tell you those things. I have confidentiality agreement. I can tell you that I have. The purchase price, confidentiality is one of the things that you've covered. I would have to get their direct permission,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about purchase price. I'm only talking about your property tax cases.
even in property tax, sir. Even
Yeah.
in a property tax case,
These microphones are horrible.
I'm not allowed to just tell you whatever you want to know. There's confidentiality, and confidentiality is a really big thing under use patent.
Well, let's talk then generally. How many pipeline appraisals have you performed in Louisiana?
Say 3 to 5, well, more. Mm. 3 to 5,
And of those 3 to 5, how many were for property tax purposes?
2.
2. And what was the scope of your appraisal assignment? What were you valuing in those 2 cases in Louisiana that you valued a pipeline for property tax purposes?
I testified to economic obsolescence. To the extent I testify, I keep myself to economic obsolescence.
Okay, and you did that based upon a business enterprise valuation or upon an asset, tangible asset valuation?
If you do a tangible asset valuation, unless you use factors, which are generally a kind of scattergun approach to it, okay, you're not going to get a very accurate answer. I use an income approach. I give you the business enterprise value. You deduct from the business enterprise value other identifiable assets, and the remainder would be what could be allocated to the tangible assets, and then you can calculate the economic obsolescence.
And that's what you did in these 2 cases, to the best of your
I did the
recollection?
business enterprise value. I And then Property Tax Partners, feeling confident, took it from there. They knew how to do it
Got it.
and they did it.
And it never went to testimony?
Not here.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry. Angie, what was the scope of your tender?
Appraisal of energy businesses and related assets, including natural gas pipeline systems and related assets.
I'm going to object to that as overly broad. The only thing I hear based upon her qualifications and experience is that she's an expert in the field of business valuation. To take it down to the level Ms. Adolph is proposing is, beyond anything supported by her testimony.
Well, let's dig in a little bit further into her experience
All right,
in
I
energy-related assets.
Okay.
I think that'd be fine.
Ms. Cartwright, can you give us some more detail about the appraisals that you've done in connection with energy-related assets?
All energy-related assets? All energy-related assets?
Appraisals involving energy assets. So that would include production, that would include midstream, downstream pipelines, refineries, that type of thing.
I've worked in oil and gas field services. My job is to oversee the entire project, to establish the business enterprise value. That would establish the upper ceiling of what all the assets could possibly be worth in combination. Then working with other appraisers, we drop in tangible assets, personal property, and I would also value intellectual property when it exists, if it's within the scope of my assignment. And we would, in most cases, that's where we stop, because the purchase price in one case would be what the upper value is of all the assets. All of them cannot be worth more than what you paid for them. Okay, that's the business enterprise value. I established the business enterprise value, and I'm checking to see if the internal rate of return on the deal is consistent with the market. Okay, then in other cases, I am called in to, I did 50, 60 of these for a large oil and gas field services company internationally. We valued the business enterprises and the tangible assets. In a few cases, the intangibles for those 50, 60 companies. Then we told them at what price they should transact, because that would be at the business enterprise. Then we told them at what values the tangible assets should go on their books afterwards.
So of these appraisals, what percentage of those included pipeline systems or pipeline assets?
Those would be with midstream companies.
How many midstream company appraisals do you figure you've done?
I should have researched.
Just give us an approximate.
Midstream appraisals. 30, 40?
Mr. Eddington, is that,
Oh, like I said, I mean, I will accept her as an expert in the field of business valuation. I just don't think her credentials support going any further. I mean, I'll defer to whatever the commission wants to do, but I do need to state my objection for the record.
Well, she's clearly provided a lot of information about the energy-related businesses that she's done valuations for. So
I'm inclined to accept her as an expert, and we'll just have to move on from there. Drew, you want to chime?
So if I understand right, the assessors don't have an objection to her being accepted as an expert. The objection or the issue is the breadth, scope. So certainly within your prerogative to accept her as an expert in the field that she's been tendered in by the taxpayer, or agree with the assessor's argument. I don't know if you're looking for recommendation or just.
Oh,
an outline
I
of the
mean,
issues.
if it pleases other members of the commission, I would like to accept her as an expert based on the information supplied by the taxpayers represented.
Thank you.
I think everyone's in agreement, so we'll move forward.
Who retained you in this matter? And what were you asked to do? Let's start with 2019. What were you asked to do in 2019?
Establish a business enterprise value. But it was my understanding that it would be used by property tax partners for them to determine economic obsolescence based on my analysis, and they were going to use that.
And then what did you understand property tax partners would do with that information?
It wasn't, I understood they were negotiating with the assessors in various counties and that they would be using that in their negotiations.
But your assignment was to determine the business enterprise value of which company?
Regency, the name that I was given was Regency Haynesville Interstate Gas LLC. That was the name I was given.
And did you understand that that was the entity that held the assets?
That's the entity, as I understand it, that's the operating entity. It owns the assets. It is operating. It is earning the revenue, the net income. That's my understanding. I did ask.
All right, how were you compensated for this engagement?
Flat fee.
Did anyone ever suggest to you what your evaluation conclusion should be?
No.
Is the format of your appraisal reports that you generated in these cases today consistent with the prior reports that you've prepared for other appraisals involving pipeline companies?
Yes, it is all it's consistent with the requirements of the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. So it would be largely consistent with the format that would be required in virtually any arena.
So what is USPAP?
The Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, as an ASA and the American Society of Appraisers, I am required to conduct all my assignments underneath those rules.
And give us an example of some of the rules that are applicable for an engagement like this.
There are ethics rules, there are competency rules, there are rules of what we're supposed to look at, what we're supposed to consider and analyze. There's the way that I'm supposed to present the information. It is a tight fence. They keep us in a very tight corral. And any departure from those rules has to be clearly stated and who asked me to depart from it. So it pretty much eliminates the opportunity to misuse my report.
Was the format of your reports for 2020 and 2021 also compliant with USPAP?
Yes,
And was the format essentially the same as 2019?
yes.
What are the specific USPAP rules that are applicable to a business evaluation?
In the year that our team conducted the analysis that included personal property, it would be standards 7 and 8. In the year that I just conducted business enterprise value, it would be business valuation standards 9 and 10.
What was the effective date for each of your appraisal reports?
January 1, 2019, 2020, 2022. 21, 19, 20, and 21. Sorry, I misstated.
And those dates were selected for what reason?
Those were required, as I understood it, for property tax purposes in the state of Louisiana. Those were the dates required. And the data value is, my values are very data value specific. That is another thing covered by USPAP. It's not outside of those dates. So that will hem me in further.
All right, let's go through your report. To clarify, we're going to be with the Exhibit 11, the 2019 report.
I don't think I'm soft-spoken, so I don't think you'll struggle at any rate. Okay?
And Commissioners, for your purposes, this starts in the taxpayer exhibits at page 838.
Okay, so I would like to start with this page. Any assignment is governed by the definition of value. Any assignment is governed by the definition of value, okay? It would be the first thing you would do when scoping an assignment. You want to know the data value and what the definition of value is. Louisiana has a particularly good one. Fair market value is the property which would be agreed upon between a willing and informed buyer and a willing and informed seller under usual and ordinary circumstances. I give kudos to whoever wrote this. This was good. It shall be the highest price estimated in terms of money which property will bring if exposed for sale on the open market, and the reasonable time stuff and the highest and best use stuff. That's pretty standard. So the informed buyer is something that I have to take greatly to heart here. You don't say reasonably informed. You don't get wishy-washy about it like some states or some jurisdictions do. You're very clearly stating that the buyer should be informed and so should the seller. That will be foremost in my mind as I'm going forward doing the business enterprise value.
All right, what value did you conclude for 2019?
Business enterprise value was roughly 420 million. We should stop there and I should explain what business enterprise value is.
Yes, please explain what business enterprise value is.
Business enterprise value includes all assets, net working capital, all tangible assets, all intangible assets. The combined total of those assets cannot exceed what the business enterprise value is. That's the combined, okay, sorry. Okay, so there is an operating business enterprise. There is an operating business enterprise value. The operating business enterprise value, so you can immediately understand, I have excluded excess assets, assets that were not necessary to operate that business at that time. They had excess working capital, which is not at all unusual in subsidiaries of large companies. That doesn't mean I don't add it back. I do. Concluded operating business enterprise value was 405 million. I added back the 14.9 million of excess working capital to arrive at 420 million.
All right, so let's back up just a little bit. What did you do to prepare to give your opinion in this matter?
I did extensive research into the market, the assets. And basically, as a business appraiser following Revenue Ruling 5960 from the IRS, which is what business valuation standards 9 and 10 are. So if you want to look that up, Revenue Ruling 5960, you're going to know what business valuation standards 9 and 10 are then. That was a smart old guy that did that one. And this one, I have to look at the history and nature of the business. I have to look at its historic financial performance. How is it making money? Okay. How much money? Is it going up? Is it going down? You know, what are its trends? I have to look at its historic performance. I have to look at projections, estimates, what it's likely to do in the future. I also have to look at the industry. I have to look at the economy. I looked at Louisiana's economy. I looked at Louisiana's industry as well. Okay. Lauren Scott was particularly helpful there. Or Dr. Lauren Scott. I think she's with LSU. Am I correct? He, okay. Sorry, a little gender
Louisiana
bias.
names.
Huh?
Louisiana names.
A little gender bias there, that's all right. So, uh-huh. And so that's what I did. I researched all of that, but then I have to present to you my research, or at least a summary of it in the report. I'm not going to present all of it to you. We'd bury you in it and bore you to tears. But I do summarize it and present it in the report so you can see the environment around a purchase. And what we are assuming here is that a business is purchased an alarm's length transaction between willing buyer, willing seller, both informed. They know what's going on in that business. They know what's going on around the business. They're informed. And so I go through all those steps and ultimately you can go from there into the different nuts and bolts of it.
All right, well, let's back up just a little bit. Who did you get information from in order to prepare your opinions?
From the Energy Information Administration, from the Dallas Fed.
I'm sorry, let's back up. Who did you get information from at Energy Transfer?
Oh, I got them from Megan indirectly through Mike, but she was copied on all financials that Mike gave me, which is my preference. I asked to have them copied so that you know what he's giving me. Okay? Sorry. I asked to have them copied. So she was copied on all of it. So she knew. It came from her to him, or from the commercial division to him. And then he gave it to me. Originally, I got from the 2010 through 2017 audited financial statements, but from 2018 forward, they were internally generated. It is my understanding that these fold up and are audited by Grant Thornton.
All right, what sort of information did you get from Megan and her team? I guess let me start with what sort of what sort of information did you get about the physical assets?
I got in 2020, we got a very detailed fixed asset ledger.
In 2019, did you get a detailed fixed asset ledger?
No, ma'am. They
Okay.
wanted us to do business enterprise value only.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
Okay, I also received from Energy Transfer, from the commercial department, a projections for what they expected the performance of the company to be in the future.
What sort of other financial information did you receive?
The projections, I met with, the first year we did this, I met with Mr. Flowers, and other years I worked with Mr. Razor and Mr. English at Energy Transfer. But I met with Mr. Flowers. When the statements changed over from audited to internal, I called Megan and kind of walked through them and just kind of checking them against each other. Did they seem consistent with each other? Did they make sense? And they did.
Did you have any concern about using unaudited financials when the prior statements have been audited?
No, if I would say 75% of the valuations we do for large companies like this, we work with unaudited, internally generated financials. They are subject to audit ultimately by their auditing firm, but what I get is there. If we couldn't work with anything except audited financials, appraisal work for these big companies would virtually grind to a halt.
And did you understand that these were rolled up into Energy Transfer's 10K?
I did.
And did you review that information?
They're 10K?
Yes.
No, I didn't review the auditors. I understood the auditors were working on them. I'm familiar with Grant Thornton.
How did you determine that or did you determine that the internally generated financial statements were reliable?
Well, there are a couple of ways of doing it. Are they consistent with what I have seen before in the audited statements? Does something jump out at you? Suddenly it's different. A lot of times when you get them, they do jump out at you. And it's going to take some weeks for them to revise and correct until you get comfortable. But in Energy Transfer, this rarely happens. I can't think of a time that it does. These statements are under the scrutiny of Grant Thornton, and they do roll up into the 10K. So that ultimately, they are subject to audit.
So the information that you got, the financial information, did you edit or manipulate that data in any way, or did you just reproduce it in your report?
We reproduced it. We didn't ignore anything that was there.
And did you add anything?
No, nothing.
In connection with the 2019 appraisal, did you review the last of the Grant Thornton audited financials for the partnership, the JV partnership?
Yes, I included those from 2010 through 2017. In the history and nature of the business, I include those financial statements there, all the audited ones, and they're side by side with internally generated ones.
Did you review the PwC impairment analysis for 2019? Why not?
It was someone else's opinion. I would not want to be influenced by what their opinion was. It had taken place some good time prior to when I was given the assignment for 2019, so it wasn't data value relevant. But moreover, I don't look at other appraisers' opinions when I'm for business enterprise value when I'm developing my own. Whether you realize it or not, their opinion's going to creep into your head and influence what you're doing. So if you want an independent opinion of value, you want to do it independently.
What about the Alinda sale documents? Did you consider those?
I did not consider it.
Why not?
Well, it took place in April of 2018. The 2019 appraisal was what? May, June, July, August. It was out of date. I would be encouraged by the American Society of Appraisers not to consider any sale that was older than 3 to 6 months. Think how much has changed at different points in a market in 3 to 6 months. You don't look at sales that are that old. Moreover, in 2020, when he finally, the first time, I didn't even have it available to me. It was confidential and they didn't even offer it. But in 2020, it was 20 months old and I wasn't going to use it then.
Did you hear Martin Anthony's testimony about what was happening at the time when Alinda decided to sell its interest in the partnership?
Yes,
Does that sync up with your understanding of what was happening in the business at that time?
it's consistent with what Mr. Razor, Mr. Flowers, and Mr. English described to me was going on.
And those are folks with Energy Transfer?
They're responsible for building the forward-looking financial statements that I used. The forecast that they looked at, they're responsible for building those, as I understood it.
Was there anything from your standpoint, was there anything unusual or out of the ordinary in connection with the Alinda sale?
You'll have to remember, I didn't spend a great deal of time on this. But as I understood it, they had a partner in the business that wanted out. And that current environment, that's not too surprising that a private equity firm would want out. And that would be about it. They wanted out, so they were motivated. But I understood they didn't have a lot of other options besides Energy Transfer.
All right, did you receive information about utilization, capacity versus actual volumes?
A little, utilization versus capacity is one way for the engineers to talk about it and the business people to talk about it. And my world, what that translates into is falling sales and depressed margins. That's what I'm looking at, falling sales and depressed margins.
So did you consider that utilization information in your report?
No,
All right, what other, did you receive additional information about things like lands and right of way?
in 2020 I did,
But in 2019, you did not.
not in 2019.
All right, as far as you know, is there any information that was provided to you that was not provided to the assessors in these matters?
Objection calls for speculation. No foundation.
Just what she knows.
Not allowed.
I would have no knowledge of what they provide to them particularly. I would have no reason to expect. It was my understanding that my report would be given to them and would be part of their negotiations.
And as far as you know, was your report provided?
Objection calls for speculation.
I have been told that it was.
Did any of the assessors reach out to you for follow-up information in connection with your appraisal reports?
No,
Did you request any information from Energy Transfer or Riggs directly that you did not receive?
no,
Did you conduct an on-site inspection of the property?
no. I can't see the pipeline.
Would you need to for this kind of business valuation appraisal?
No, it wasn't very old pipeline. I was given to understand it was very well maintained. It was, I understood, underutilized due to current economic and industry conditions. And I saw no reason to understand any more than that, and I can't see the pipeline. So,
Did you independently gather any data and information?
quite a bit.
All right, let's look at the foundation section of your 2019 appraisal report. That's taxpayer exhibit 11 at
It's just
page
called Exhibit
894.
1. Yeah. 894.
What's the actual page number on the report? I didn't print out. the
It's called Exhibit
dates.
1.
Exhibit 1, gotcha.
Is this an exclusive list of the information that you looked at or just the primary information?
It's the primary information.
And did you feel that you had the necessary information available to you to prepare your opinion?
Yes.
All right, let's talk high level. What sort of information did you independently gather? I'll tell you what, let's go through your report instead. Let's do it that way. All right, let's go
I
to
think I'm
page
using it right now.
2 of the report, review of U.S. economic conditions. What were your observations about the U.S. economic conditions?
Okay. In 2019, what you do in this section is you look back over the last 3 to 4 years, sometimes more, the most relevant part. If you come up here, you can see here that the percentage change in the GDP was, fluctuating. Businesses like predictability. not certainty necessarily, but predictability. If it's growing this quarter and it's down that quarter and it's growing the next quarter and down over here, if it can't be predicted, they can't plan and they're uncomfortable. So what I'm seeing here is some lack of predictability. Okay, growth is up and down. The US GDP for the first quarter was 2.2% growth in real GDP. Then you come down here, 3.4%. You can see the big changes. Nevertheless, it ended the year pretty decent. So people would be going into the first part of the year in a decent frame of mind. Next page. Do this. Okay. So I'm looking at our debt and our trade in general. This is just setting the stage for the economy, what kind of frame of mind investors are in. The economy is in the toilet. Investors are in a very different frame of mind. If the economy is booming, they're in a very different frame of mind. Okay, so keep going. They can see some of the things we look at. Oh, I back up. The pictures are always, okay. Right. Oh, yeah. So that's just telling imports of goods and services they're down here and they're expected to go up. Go on. It's not really easy for y'all. I just go, look, the bottom line is I go through all the parts and pieces of the economy. I set the stage in the US economy because that's going to feed into the analysis that I use later. It sets the stage for the way investors are looking at purchases, what kind of risks they're willing to take, what kind of risks they're not willing to take. Whether we're in a period of what Greenspan called irrational exuberance, or whether we're in a period of caution or somewhere in between. I'm setting the stage. That's all I'm doing here. And it's use PAP required. Then we go on to Louisiana instead of making them kind of car sick, hopping back and forth.
That's page 6 of the report.
Am I in Louisiana now? Okay. I relied on Dr. Lauren Scott for this work. He publishes a pretty good report virtually every year. And anytime we're working in Louisiana, we go to his reports. Okay. So, and it does break it out by metropolitan statistical area. How they don't give all that much information area by area. So how I could use it to specifically target a parish, probably not, but it does set the mood for investors. Louisiana in most years was underperforming compared to the US economy. I don't imagine I'm telling anyone here something they don't know. Okay.
All right. What about the review of U.S. and Louisiana natural gas industries on page 8 of your report?
There. First, I go to the natural gas industry, the U.S. I get this from the Energy Information Administration. Okay. The Henry Hub natural gas spot price averaged $4.15 at this point per million British thermal units. Okay. That's considerably down from when they first built this pipeline, but it's not as low as it's going to go in the next 2 years. Okay. The following year, I think it was at 277 when I checked. And then in 2021, it was at 275. All right. Natural gas futures gives me a feeling for how people think the future's looking to them, the investors. How's the future looking? So the front month natural gas futures contract for delivery at Henry Hub settled about at $4.33. They're expecting it to go up a little bit, but it's pretty stable, isn't it? They're not expecting a big change, a boom up. Okay? And this, actually, the price was helped a little bit right about that time with some unusual cold weather. So production, I just go through that. But producers have a break even. Okay, for how much it costs them to get it out of the ground, okay, and what they're willing to sell it for. And production, when prices go down, will tend to go down. That's not spot on specific to every single person, but it will tend to go down. All right. You will see that this played out in this particular business. Production, prices were down, production started coming down too. They didn't want to pull it out of the ground to sell it for that little. Okay. So, and they particularly didn't want to pay on, say, $4 or $2.75, 30 cents just for the transport, and then another 5 cents extra. Hence, you had reduced use of the capacity. So go on. Then I just went into Louisiana. Y'all use more energy than most states do, but you produce more too. So just that kind of stuff. Henry Hub here. I used a Louisiana State energy profile with Energy Information Administration there, okay? I go out and do the research for it, so they know what's going on in this area too. Although, you know, it's affected even more by the US industry than it is just Louisiana's. The prices are down, you know, if the prices were higher somewhere else, they would pull it. It's a national market more than just a state-specific market. Okay, so we'll move on. We were beginning to refill our storage. You saw a lot of that in 2020. Okay, then I just go through a financial review. I'll give you a little picture of it, show you where the pipeline is. And then I just go through a financial review. I review the balance sheet for 10 through 18. So that includes through here, audited financial statements. Not there. Okay? And this is broken out. The blue is the current asset. You see very little. The plant, property, and equipment is the red, and the goodwill and intangible assets. This is an asset-intensive industry. So you're going to expect the vast majority of the assets are tangible assets. About most times we do an appraisal, when there's an allocation, there'll be about 90% of the business enterprise value will be in the tangible assets. Okay. Now, goodwill and intangibles, that's kind of, it is a broad capture all. You see there's a little bit of green in here. That's where you put contracts. That's where you put any leasehold values that if the company has offices operating in there too. That's where anything that's not, you can hit it and you can touch it. The hard assets. Those are identified and tangible. And sometimes the goodwill is simply something over and above the identified assets that we just, there's nothing we can find. Maybe they paid a little too much in a purchase price allocation. Okay, just blue sky, as they used to call it. Okay, go on.
Actually, hold on one second. This financial information that you're looking at starting here on page 11, where did this information come from?
This is from the financial statements,
And where did you get the financial statements?
Megan, and from Energy Transfer. And these are audited from here to here and not audited for that year.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, this is just, I'm required by USCAP not to just put it in tables and not to just put it in pictures, but to also go through and describe it to you in words. Whichever way you can gather the information when you're going through my report. Has to be in the words and the pictures and the graphs and the all in multiple ways. So it's very clear to the reader what it is I'm telling you. Okay, this is the balance sheet. Now we go to the income statements. They're a little more. That's the total assets. It's just balance sheets. We've done that. If we can get to the income statements. Okay. So here's what I can show you here. One of the first things I noticed. In 2010, they generated $176.6 million in revenue.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cartwright, I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second. That is table 6
Yes, ma'am.
on page 20 of the report and page 866 of the taxpayers exhibits.
Yes. So in 2019, remember, we're thinking about economic obsolescence if there is any, right? So 176.6 million here. Went up a little bit in 2011, but then it's down, 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 a little blurb, down, down, 110.7 in 2000 million in 2018. If you go to my description of revenue in writing, which page would that be on? I can give you the revenue declines. Now you're in ratio analysis. Maybe you're way. No, you're back in the balance sheet. Okay. A decline of 6.6% in 1 year. An average annual decline. Okay. Okay.
So she was on page 19 of the report,
Okay.
taxpayers exhibit 865.
An average annual decline, I think I wrote, oh, yeah, 150% a year later. From here to here, we're declining at an average annual rate of 10.2%. Okay, now while that's declining, most companies, when they're having a revenue decline like this, they can't completely turn on a dime. They've got a lot of fixed expenses. They can't turn on a dime and cut their operating expenses quite that quickly. Okay, but you can see that the operating expenses are fairly stable. Now, this involves this one big year there that involves an impairment study. So let's ignore that. Look at the other years. The operating expenses are fairly stable. We've brought them down in 2018. Okay, so we're seeing operating income drop by almost 1/2 from 2010 to 2018. Okay, now if we go further, we're coming down virtually the same way. In 2011, it was 109.2 million of operating income. By 2018, it was 45 million. I'm laying out the information, the knowledge that an informed investor would have when they're thinking about making a purchase of this business. Oh, this is heavy after a while. And weights. Okay. I don't know what to do with that. So you can see margins are declining, profits declining, revenues declining. Everything is in a free fall for these guys. And in the midst of all this, they're trying to renegotiate contracts. And they're pretty desperate to renegotiate contracts because they know that in a couple of years, they're going to start losing. I got to do it. They're going to start losing. Those contracts are going to be rolling off. So even the guaranteed income that is supporting this is going to go away here soon. Okay? So they know that. And I thought of the best way of explaining this to you is let us assume that you own an apartment building, a office building in a city that has been significantly hit in the last 5 years, has been significantly hit by an economic downturn. Okay, now let's assume that you have multiple longer-term leases, many of which are about to roll off in a couple of years. Okay, you go to sell that building to somebody else. One of the first things they're going to look at is all those leases, those contracts you've got. And when they see they're going away soon, and the current economic environment and what expectations are for the future, an informed buyer is going to take that into account. They're going to take it into account the people when they're renegotiating those contracts, and they're going to take it into account when they're buying. Go on. That's just a common size analysis. Okay. These are ratios. And this is valuation theory. Whoa, we might want to go to the valuation theory. Is that where you want to be now? Okay. I really don't need all of that to explain it to you. I've been doing it so long. It's boring, isn't it? At a dinner party. So there are two things we can call the different sides of the balance sheet, what I'm trying to determine the value of. On the left side of the balance sheet, is the business enterprise value. That includes the net working capital, all the tangible and intangible assets, if any. Okay. On the other side of the balance sheet is the total debt and the equity. Total invested capital equals business enterprise value, hence the word balance sheet. Okay, so I'm appraising the business enterprise value, which will include all the net working capital, all the tangibles, and any intangibles, all of the tangibles. Okay, so that is the upper ceiling of what anything can be worth here. Can't be worth more than that, because we've got our definition to fall back on. An informed buyer. An informed buyer is aware of all the economic and business specific circumstances here. It's aware of its limitations, and they're not going to pay more than that because they're acting in their own economic best interest. So this value doesn't include a fool. But your definition of value doesn't include a fool either. Okay? A fool. Yeah, I know,
F-O-O-L.
Tennessee. Okay? F-O-O-L. Work with me. Okay? Fool. And that's the best I can do. My husband's constantly complaining. He's from Texas. All right. That lot of room he's got, doesn't he? Move on. Approaches to value. Now, my approaches to value, if I'm trying to determine this, are three. Okay. This thing. The three approaches to value are income approach, the market approach, and the cost approach. I consider each. Okay, I can go through and I can put down on the books, I can say value is, the net working capital is this, the tangible assets are that. Okay, the value of the contracts is this, and I can build up the value of the easements are this much, the land is this much. I can do that. The problem with that for an ongoing business, an operating business, it doesn't take into account very well investment factors. It doesn't take into account the economy, how investors looking at it. It doesn't capture economic obsolescence very well. It just doesn't. There are factors that people publish and they can use, but they're a scattergun. Yeah, in LA, they laughed at that. A scattergun approach. Okay, so in a business enterprise value consistent with other business appraisers in the market, I'm going to look at all the factors I've been outlining for you and a projection, and I'm going to come to that business enterprise value. There you've got your ceiling. Then I can back out of the business enterprise value certain assets that are easy to identify and tell you how much can be attributable to the tangible assets. That compared to the RCN LPD, and I have economic obsolescence. It's very easy. I would call it algebra, but it's really just arithmetic. Okay. So I get a discounted. Can I please? I'll talk loud. Can you hear me? All right. Oh, okay. Can you hear me if it's there, do you think? I do talk loud. Okay, so what I'm just describing here to you the fundamental theory behind, oh, thank you. The fundamental theory behind those approaches. The income approach and the market approach are fundamentally based on the principle of expectation. We buy, when we go out and buy a business, we buy expected cash flows. I have been retained by businesses to buy, when they buy systems, to do a purchase price allocation afterwards, and I am provided typically by both the buyer and seller discounted cash flow models that they have developed prior to the consummation of the sale. So they are looking at future cash flows. Those future cash flows will tell me what the maximum value for the business enterprise is, and that will tell me how I allocate. Oh, that's so charming. Thank you. Okay. Yes. So everything, you don't buy business assets just to own them. You buy them to generate income. You buy them for cash flows. That's the purpose of them. Energy Transfer didn't buy those 42-inch pipelines just for the privilege of owning them. They expected to earn money on it. Now, you have a risk. As my dad used to say, you put your monies down, you take your chances. There's a risk associated with it. Things may not turn out the way you expected. Okay, and over time, it may not be as valuable as it was at first. It may be more. I have worked many times where it was more valuable later. This isn't one of them, okay? Over time, what their expectations were in this case, early on, didn't pan out for them, okay? Nevertheless, an income approach will capture that extremely well for us, a discounted cash flow, because I will have expected cash flows year by year by year. Okay? Through, the average is 5 years with the terminal value. So this describes to you, and please read it, what the fundamental principles are there. Now, market approach. Next page, market, 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 market. Now, this one, what they're telling you is that the sale of a similar asset in the market is a best indication of what the value is of your asset. That's true. And then the cost approach is substitution. You would pay no more, not exactly what, but no more than what it would cost to go out and reproduce it. But that would be the ceiling. Come up here. Principle of substitution. That is, a willing buyer will pay no more to a willing seller than the cost associated with replacing the subject asset. No more. Now, I would emphasize the part, no more. You may not pay that if it's subject to significant economic obsolescence, but you would certainly pay no more than that. Okay? Now, this is coming right out of the Machinery and Technical Specialties Handbook that they use to teach machinery and technical specialties classes in the American Society of Appraisers. Replacement cost new is where you start. You deduct physical deterioration. That could be physical depreciation. Then you look at whether or not there's functional or technological obsolescence. In this case, there certainly wouldn't be. But the final one is external or economic obsolescence. That's obsolescence related to things not necessarily part of the asset. The asset itself may still be perfectly good. Nothing's particularly wrong with it, but because of external factors or economic factors, it has lost value. The classic case was at one point in our classes, Quaker Oats had production lines making a whole bunch of money. And then people decided they really didn't want to eat Quaker Oats for breakfast. They wanted cold cereals and they wanted energy bars and the amount of things that they sold. Yeah, sorry. I threw you under the bus there, didn't I? They wanted those things. And so sales of oatmeal began to drop. And so they began to have fewer lines operating and not make as much money on them. So there's nothing wrong with the equipment. The equipment itself was fine. What was wrong was external or economic obsolescence, factors outside the equipment itself. Okay? The loss in value caused by economic forces external to the asset, including changes in optimum use, legislation, that's happened sometimes in refineries, okay, and changes in supply-demand relationships. Let's get out of it. Supply-demand relationships. The definition of economic obsolescence. So go on, I summarize, and then I start doing my business.
All right, before we get to that, let me ask you a question. So this change in supply and demand relationships, is this the sort of thing that Martin Anthony was talking about earlier today with the contracts and then followed up with Ryan Lee?
It's exactly the kind of thing that Martin Anthony was talking about earlier today. Okay. It's precisely what happened. Supply changed, price changed, okay? Competition changed. All those things changed. And so while he had the contracts to protect them, he had at least a cushion. But when the contracts go off, he's dead. He's got to start looking for something else fast. And he's got to pray the industry changes, because they're not going to give him the same percent. They're not going to give him 30 cents plus 5 cents, not in the new economic reality that they're facing. So Ryan comes in, Lee, and he's negotiating at 9 cents and 1 cent. Big difference. But he's trying to hold on to contracts at least, because they've got so much competition, they could go somewhere else. Okay? So
Right, before we go on to the next step, in your opinion, what would be the best method to value the pipeline and related assets like this?
I'm sorry.
What in your opinion is the excuse me, what in your opinion is the best method to value the pipeline and related assets like this?
It would be a combination. You would have to use the cost of replacement cost, meaning that's physical depreciation, and that's your starting point. You would do that. But you would also take into account my analysis. You have a business enterprise value from which you deduct at minimum the working capital, the land and the easements. Taxable or not taxable? Taxable or not taxable? That's not the issue. I'm trying to establish the personal property, the tangible asset value. You deduct them. What's left would give me the value of the tangible assets with economic obsolescence. And then I calculate economic obsolescence from that. And then you apply it. But you have to start with that. I could tell you a whole amount of it, which I do in 2020, but that won't, if I don't calculate the economic obsolescence factor, that won't allow you to get specific to each parish. You need that factor to apply to the various parishes.
Okay, so one of the some of the questions that Mr. Eddington was asking Ms. McCavanagh earlier were about the pipe relative to the parish at the parish level versus at the business enterprise level. Do you have any observations about those sorts of questions that he was asking?
Okay. This is the economic obsolescence system-wide. We could, if we wanted to spend untold thousands of dollars and many, many, many months, we could try to break it down section by section. But I would say to you that the 42%, the 42-inch pipeline, which is going to be subject to the greatest amount if we did that of economic obsolescence. So instead of being less obsolescence applied to it, it would be more. So my average across the system is doing you a favor.
Okay, on that note, let's move on to page 28 of your report. That's the taxpayers exhibit, page 874. All right, so what is it that you, at this section of your report, what do you have here?
I'm just describing to you the relevant, how we determine which approaches to use. It's kind of a boilerplate. It's necessary to include, but it's not something you want me to talk about right now.
Fair enough. How about page 29, the assumptions that you used in your analysis?
Okay, now, when I received the projections from Energy Transfer, I received them starting at the gross margin, not starting at the revenue line. They don't prepare them at the revenue line. They prepare them at the gross margin line and then down. So in my DCF, I start from the gross margin. I could kind of back into it, but then I'm estimating, and you would rather I not do that, okay? So I've got the projected gross margin on a year-by-year basis through 2022. And then in 2023, 2022, what they expected is after a free fall in 2020, they expected that by 2022, things would level out, is the way that they put it, Mr. Flowers and Razor. And so I have it just flattening there, no more declines. And then a gradual recovery, but not too much. So what I'm setting up here, I have to tell you, I'm going to build a terminal value. We can talk about that in a minute. So I'm having it begin to improve some. It didn't do that too much, but begin to improve. And then I'm going with the long-term rate of inflation. for the next few years, that's fairly optimistic for them. But I still did it because otherwise, when I do my terminal value, what I'm basically saying is that this company is declining at a certain rate into perpetuity. I really don't think I can say that about any company. Okay, I do think at some point in the future, we can expect some recovery in natural gas. We can expect things to get better. I don't know when, but we can. So that's what I did there, 3.2% for the growth. Operations and maintenance, that's the percentages I was provided by Energy Transfer. So it's 9.8, 16.9, and then they thought it would stabilize at 20.3. It didn't, but that's what they kind of thought it would. Okay. All right, next. Then I've got general and administrative, 2%. As it's declining in revenues or in gross margin, it's going up 3.5%, 4.3% stabilizing. Again, the same thing over here. What I found across all three of them is that Energy Transfer was, you'll see it in a minute, was a little more optimistic than the market was. Okay, now Energy Transfer is being they've got a lot of information on this. I still think we have to take into account their optimism, but they're a little more optimistic in the market is all the time. You'll see that in the market approach. So I go to net working capital. Again, most of these companies keep negative working capital. They can. They get paid very quickly. Okay. They keep negative working capital. But subsidiaries of large Fortune 1000 companies frequently keep large amounts of working capital that they don't need. Okay, so I look at what's typical in the industry, and when I do my discounted cash flow, I back out excessive working capital. I add it back at the end, but I back it out for the DCF. Okay, go on. Now I'm telling you, I'm just presenting to you how I developed the DCF. And boring detail, each step, how I'm developing one at a time.
So
Mid-year convention, all of it.
let me interrupt you for just 1 second. So providing these boring equations does something though. What's the purpose for spelling out in the narrative all of these steps that you've gone through?
I'm required to present to you information in such detail that if you wanted to, you could sit down with a qualified appraiser and he could recreate, or she, like.
And is it common the
They would
forecast?
have to know how to do it, but if they did, they should be able to.
And so the forecast that you got from Energy Transfer, is it common for appraisers to use that type of forecasting information in the way that you did in this report?
Yes, it is. At these big companies, it is common for them to have a department that studies their various subsidiaries, the commercial department that develops forecasts. They make decisions about hundreds of millions of dollars and how they're going to deploy that money. Wouldn't you? That's a lot of money. So they end up with highly qualified people like those two gentlemen back there, making very detailed analysis of what they should be doing, and a whole department building forecasts all the time so they can say, are we willing to do this? Are we willing to do this here? Are we willing to do this there? Now, I am never, within the scope of my assignment, going to have that kind of detailed understanding of what they expect to do. So it is typical for us to use their forecast. That doesn't mean we don't vet them. I look at them. I look at them carefully. As I go along, if I'm repeating an assignment, I look. Are their forecasts pretty good? Is it pretty spot on? Is it accurate? I've had some repeat assignments with an oil and gas field service company recently where I rejected their forecast. It was overly optimistic. I could not possibly see them doing this, and they revised. So this is not just garbage in, garbage out. I look at it and they look at it too. Energy Transfer, I worked with several times in a variety of environments. Their forecasts are pretty good. They can afford the people. Okay?
All right, so let's pick back up where you were.
Okay, so I'm talking to you about present value interest factors. I'm talking to you about how to develop debt-free after-tax cash flow. I'm going through the mid-year convention. You'll see that there. Cash flows are received continuously throughout a year. You can significantly skew a value by having a discount rate that is for the beginning or the end of the year. I use a mid-year convention so that it sort of approximates the continuous flow of funds coming in. Okay? All right. Go on. Then I talked to you about how I developed a capital asset price, the cost of equity, the capital asset pricing model. It's modified, but I do use it. I just talked to you about that in general terms. So now I'm telling you that that's only part of the equation. In this industry, 45 to 55% of your cost of capital is in debt. It's a asset-heavy industry. They get debt. They carry debt typically. All right, so the cost of debt is one component. Now I tax affected for the fact that you can deduct it for tax purposes, but I do include the cost of debt weighted and what's typical as of the date of value. And it varies a little bit from one date of value to the next. One. Okay, roll right past that. Okay. I start talking to you. I am using Bloomberg. Bloomberg, all the information you find in Bloomberg, you can find yourself. If you want to go to the library, years ago, I used to, as a research assistant for a company, go to the library and get all the information we get from Bloomberg there. It's all available. The risk-free rate is considered the U.S. Treasury bond. The levered beta I get from Bloomberg, but first I get comparatives. I get what I would refer to as market participants. Market participants are other people, most likely buyers. Other, and I refer to corporations as people, isn't that kind of sad? Other companies, other businesses in the industry that would probably be the most likely buyers for this kind of asset. Okay, and I look at what they're doing. I look at what levels of working capital they do, what their levered beta is, what kind of debt to equity ratio they have. I look at them and I put all that information in my report. You can read it, all of it. Now, I draw this information mostly from U.S. Treasury, from Kroll, Cost of Capital Navigator, or from Bloomberg, primarily from Bloomberg. That's it.
All right, so after these equations, you have the references to several different publicly available sources. These are the same sources that you were describing a minute ago that you used to pull this information?
Yes. I have a person that her sole job is to go through these reports and footnote everything she can find in there and where she knows I'm getting it.
All right, let's continue.
Okay, you go to the next page, and I've developed, you can scroll past this. This is just words describing what you'll see in the table. Okay, all right, this is the table for my cost of equity calculation for the 2019 value. At this point in time, the median levered beta for my comparatives was 0.9. The U.S. Treasury 30-year yield to maturity was 3.1. Duff & Phelps is who owned it at that time. The Cost of Capital Navigator, Kroll, has since purchased it. Their long-term historic equity risk premium was 6.9%. Multiply the beta by the equity risk premium. Okay, I put 1.5% company-specific risk premium. It is one of the only places in here you will find my opinion, creeping in. Okay, the company-specific risk premium can be typically 1 to 10%. I think the forecasts are pretty good, but it's a risky environment. But I'm low in my risk, my company-specific risk, because I think I'm capturing it everywhere else pretty well. Okay. Then my size premium. Multiple studies have indicated that smaller companies don't have access to capital markets, don't have the depth of management, don't have, look, I can give you an example. When Riggs was purchased, 60% of it was purchased back by Energy Transfer, basically, and it became wholly owned Energy Transfer subsidiary, basically. Okay. They had a lot of debt. That debt moved up to the parent level. And it was renegotiated at the parent level. Little companies don't get to do things like that. They have to go in on their own and renegotiate, don't they? So that size premium is there to tell you, and it's published, it's also by Duff and Phelps, Cost of Capital Navigator. That size premium is there to tell you that there's a risk to being small. Okay, and they weren't looking at that. Next page. Okay, then I look at the debt. As you've seen earlier, most of the people that they were selling to, they have BAA, BABB, they don't have A1 credit ratings. Okay. So most of their competitors, most of this industry doesn't have A1 credit ratings. So I looked at all my comparatives, saw what their credit rating was, saw what Moody's and other sources would tell me the yield to maturity on those bonds would be. And I developed a weighted bond yield to maturity, and I used that in my WAC. Okay. They don't pay income taxes at the partnership level. And I did not deduct from in operating expenses, property taxes. I instead used 1.73%, which is the property tax rate and the discount rate. Okay, that addresses it there. Then I have the percentages of debt to equity. Equity at this point in time was running about 57.34% among these companies, and debt about 42.66%. So I weighted them and I develop a WAC. And that's what I use in my DCF.
All right, so if you go to page 36 of the report to table 15, and that's on Riggs page 882, walk us through that table.
Okay, I just developed my cost of equity at 14.5%. Okay, I've set it up there. I've given you the cost of debt that I just developed. I give you the tax rate for a partnership. I give you the tax affected debt. Then I weight the debt, 42.7% debt, 57.3% debt. I add to that the property tax loading, which again, there's no tax rate. And then I add them all up and I have a WAC of 12.3%.
All right, so if you flip to table 16 on page 38 of your report, and that's what Riggs page 884. What is table 16?
Table 16 is my discounted cash flow analysis. And it excludes the excess working capital. So I refer to the result as the operating enterprise value. I would have to add back the excess working capital to arrive at the business enterprise value. But because I'm using industry typical for these comparatives, working capital, In order to compare my value in the DCF to market indications of value for this company, I would need to exclude excess working capital. Okay? So it's just everything I've explained to you, I've now put it into action. And there is a terminal value here. I'm sure you can see it. This is the sum of the present value interest factors after tax cash flows. This is the terminal value. Taken together, that's the operating business enterprise value for the company.
All right, let's move on to the market approach.
Put it down.
So can you walk us through your market approach?
Well, first, I did a search in the natural gas transmission and distribution, and natural gas distribution industries. That's SIC 492, 4923, and 4924. Okay. I did a search on Bloomberg for this. I found ultimately EQM Midstream Partners LP, Enable Midstream Partners LP, and I give you descriptions of their operations. These companies have operations in them that's very similar to REGS. Then there's EnLink, the Williams companies, and One Oak, Kiara, or Yara, Targa Resources, and DCP Midstream. You will notice that some of the ones in there at that time are no longer trading. When you have an economic downturn, you have a shakeout. Companies gradually, smaller companies will gradually weaken over time, and they will be gobbled up by the bigger ones.
So which of these would fall into that category?
Position. So I know that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's walk through this table 17 on page 40.
First, I developed market value of the market value of all the equity out there. I take their current price for equity, a single share, so it's minority share. And I size adjust it, again, using Duff and Phelps information. It's the same basic thing here. And I do a control premium too, because I'm trying to come up with the controlling value of a company, 100% of the shares. I can show you the control premium information I get, and that's from Business Valuation Resources. Okay, then I develop a market value of invested capital. I've added other sources of equity, like preferred equity back. I've added back the long-term liabilities to develop the market value of invested capital. Market value of invested capital, that's the TIC side of the balance sheet we talked about. Total invested capital, one side of the balance sheet. So that's, those multiples range from, let's see, 6.7% to 9.9, not percent. The multiples range, I'm getting tired. Okay. I'm about to use those multiples. Okay, I'm telling you why I've done some of the things I've done there. Control, there are many prerogatives of control. There's a reason why, even in a downturn, Energy Transfer wanted control of REGS, because Energy Transfer and control could do things that a Lindo would not necessarily let it do. There could be synergies with Energy Transfer as a whole in its use of REGS that they couldn't necessarily take advantage of when they have an equal partner in there and they're not in control. So control is very important, and people will pay a premium for them. And so in this particular case, the control premium was 13.2%. Not huge, but it's material. Okay, now, using those multiples that I developed in the way I explained to you with the EBITDA for December 31, 2020, the projection, I develop indications of value with a multiple from each one of those comparative companies. And I developed a mean and a median indication of value and from the market approach and compared it to the DCF. As you can see, overall, the DCF is much higher than the market would indicate.
So what does that mean with the DCF being higher?
As I said earlier, it means that Energy Transfer is more optimistic about the future than the typical market participant is right now in that data value. I've seen it the other way around. Then I came to conclusion of value ultimately by reconciling all of this, giving some weight to the market. I have to take them into consideration, but giving equal weight to the DCF. I have to take into consideration the fact that Energy Transfer probably knows more of what they're going to be doing in the coming years. And then I arrive at a concluded business enterprise value after I added back excess working capital of roughly 420 million. I did pretty much the same thing in every other year.
Okay, well, hold on just a second. So 420 million is the total ceiling for what all of the assets could be. That would include the pipeline system, the compressor stations, and any other assets, right?
It would include working capital, all tangible assets, and it would include any intangible assets as well.
All right, then let's move on to the 2020 appraisal report. That's taxpayer exhibit 26 at page 208.
Okay. Oh, Owen would be hearing it.
All right, so obviously we don't have to do the same detail
Thank you.
as you did for 2019. I mean, I think you testified already that the format and the underlying work was essentially the same for all of these years, but there is a difference for 2020, and that's that you did the tangible asset appraisal as well. So we do have to do that.
Yeah.
All right, so what was your concluded business enterprise value for 2020?
Point 402.2 million. Recall in 2020, even at the beginning of 2020, we're already moving into COVID territory and the market's getting hit in all directions. And fair market value is data value specific.
What was your value for the tangible asset appraisal?
204.9 million thousand. So 364.2 million. Good year. Validating roughly a little more than 90% of total business enterprise value. Very consistent.
You had mentioned that 90% number before. Can you expound upon that a little bit about the relationship between the business enterprise value and the asset value at 90%?
I'm only saying that I have found over the years, and I've talked to other appraisers working in this industry, they have found that the tangible assets cluster right around 90% of the total business enterprise value.
All right, what were some of the similarities between the 2019 and the 2020 valuations?
To determine the business enterprise value, did exactly the same thing. For the,
All right, hold on one second. If you go to table 15 on page 41.
I'm awfully glad you're doing that.
All right, this is your discounted cash flow for 2020. Can you walk us through that really quickly?
Again, this is operating enterprise value. So it is at 367.3 million. But that's before I add back excess working capital. So that makes a difference.
So in this case, the DCF is more in line with what the other companies?
This year it is. Everybody seems to be equally pessimistic in 2020.
All right, table 18 on page 49.
This is,
That's page 266. All right, so table 18, what is this analysis?
in this exactly the same fashion as I did in 2019. I developed the market multiples using comparative companies. And then I developed market value of invested capital, which is total invested capital, and recall total invested capital equals business enterprise value. So my DCF came up with a value of 367.3 million. The mean was 388.9 million, and the median was 374.4 million.
And what was your reconciliation?
That's the next page, table 19. I equally rated all of them, but then I added back excess working capital to arrive at the concluded business enterprise value.
All right, what did you do for the tangible asset appraisal? I think that starts on page 54.
We used a fixed asset ledger. What's it? Just me. The fixed asset ledger was line item by line item. The date of purchase, the date in service. We went to the Bureau of Labor Statistics for trending information. We trended it, and Marshall and Swift and ASA Lifing studies. We used all of those to trend the assets to their replacement cost new. Then with the Lifing studies, we depreciated them over their various lives relative to how old they were. Then we hit them with economic obsolescence though. And the reality is that it can't exceed the value that would be allowed for it and the business enterprise value, remember? So that economic obsolescence would bring it right back down to where it has to be. It can't be more when added to the land and the easements and the working capital than the total value of the business.
All right, so if you flip over to page 55 of your report and table 22, what is that?
That is a summary of all the various assets and what their RCN LD was, and then what their fair market value was after it was hit with economic obsolescence.
Okay, and walk back through, how did you determine the economic obsolescence?
Okay. This is the way I would do it in a purchase allocation. This is the way I would do it for federal tax. This is the way I would do it, period. Okay. I have the ceiling for the business. It is 402 point something million. That includes all the assets, all of them. I know the value of the working capital. I deduct that. I know the value of the land and the easements. They're relatively small, so I just use them at very close to their book values. Okay, I deduct that. And what's left would be the value of the tangible assets. No informed investor would pay more than that. Okay. because he can't get a return that justifies more than that. All right? And this is exactly what the people who are buying it, like Energy Transfer, DCP, and all those other companies, when they're buying and selling assets, they're doing analysis just like this. So they're aware and they're making their purchases in the same way. Okay, so they, I take the economic obsolescence that total value would be, and I apply that economic obsolescence factor right down the line for all the assets. And reduce it for economic obsolescence.
Right, so, excuse me, the transportation contracts were set to roll off in 2020. Where's the impact of that roll-off shown in either of these analysis, either the business enterprise valuation or the tangible asset valuation?
In the forecasts that they provided for me, that are the foundation for the discounted cash flow, it shows the roll-off and what their expectations are after that. Now, we've seen, I went back and tracked this across the 3 years, what actually happened with what they forecasted, and they were pretty close, okay? So that forecast is embedded in my DCF. That expectation that those are going to die is embedded in the DCF. Now, it's also embedded in that DCF, their optimism that they're going to be able to get other contracts and they're going to be able to fill that pipeline a little better and they're going to, that's also there. But that's part of what they're expecting. And to an extent, they did it, okay? The market, however, when you look at the market, I use that forecast at that forward-looking EBITDA with the multiples. And the market participants, the multiples indicate that they're not quite as optimistic as ET is.
Right, so how many years in advance of the termination of the contracts would you expect that looming termination to become a factor for determining the value of the enterprise?
As soon as the market, as soon as the industry fell, at the time that it fell, they would become immediately aware that if things don't improve, that those contracts won't be renewed. Okay, because again, that's just the way people operate in their own economic best interest. They're not going to renew contracts with a 30%, a 30-cent and a 5-cent fee when they can go out and get one at a 9-cent and a 1-cent fee. They'd be idiots. And your definition of value doesn't allow for idiots anyway, okay? So they know that then. And just like if you were buying that office building and you knew that your economy was very depressed all around in your city, that prices were down and it was very depressed and rents were down, and there was no expectation in the next 2, 3, 4 years for this to go up, and you wanted to go sell it, the informed buyer would become aware of it. And he would be taking into account that only for the next 3 to 4 years does he have that. At best, some of them will just default out and go bankrupt like one of those guys did, okay? And they'll just lose them. They'll just go away. And so immediately, as soon as it becomes knowledge, as soon as the industry is going down and it's tanking, buyers, the potential buyers are aware of it. And it's going to affect it. And that's your definition of value, isn't it? Informed buyer, informed seller, both know about what's coming. So of course it's going to impact what they're going to pay.
All right, let's move on to the 2021 appraisal report. That's exhibit number 38, Bates number 466.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to do the same thing here. What was the business enterprise value that you calculated for 2021?
It was much higher this time, if I remember correctly, and I think I do. It was 432 million. It went up.
So what accounts for the difference there in 2021?
A more optimistic market, better forecasts, lower discount rates. The discount rates were going down. Okay. Multiple things are accounting for it. I will point out the one thing that's different in this one is if you look through this appraisal, you will find that this is now wholly owned by Energy Transfer. And there's a substantial amount of related party receivables and related party debt in their working capital. This is a way of financing the company in essence that has nothing to do with an arm's length transaction. Okay, this is just because these are related parties and it's all Energy Transfer anyway, they don't have to pay the bills as quickly. They just don't care. Sorry if I'm insulting you, but they just aren't paying them, okay? I see this a lot, related party debt that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, or receivables that just sit there forever. This is something that is not part of the market. It's not part of the comps, so I backed it out. Okay, I did that in a transaction that's money already spent and revenues already received in other companies. They just haven't been paid. Okay, that's all. So I backed it out, my DCF analysis.
All right, so let's look at table 16 on page 42 of your report. In the Riggs exhibits, that's page 517.
Yeah, $442 million. It's going up now.
All right, so you walk through a little bit on this this table and tell us what it reflects.
For the most part, it reflects the contracts are gone. They are renegotiating other less favorable contracts. They have brought some of their expenses into line. Their capital expenditures are modest. It just reflects a company that is working within its means and working within its market.
All right, let's move to table 19 on page 49. All right, what is this table?
It's the same as you've seen before. DCP, the DCF is producing a higher value, generally speaking, than the market multiples. Again, ET is a little more optimistic than the market as a whole.
And did you use the same percentages for the reconciliation?
I considered both. I considered, which is in my definition of value, buyer and seller, I considered both the optimism of the seller or the DCF and the pessimism of the buyer.
Right, and just to back up a bit, for each of these reports, you have the narrative that goes along with the charts that explains what you did and what your calculations were.
Item by item, and one exhausting line after the other.
And again, what was the purpose of doing that?
So that someone could take what I have and what I presented and basically kind of create an audit trail and build a DCF. If they're qualified to build discounted cash flows.
All right, so I want to, real quick before we end, to go over some of the questions that Mr. Eddington asked of Ms. McCavanagh that she indicated you would be a better person to answer. One of the first questions that he asked was, how do you get the business enterprise value? And and I am paraphrasing here, how do you get the business enterprise value down to the parish level?
I don't get the business enterprise value down to the parish level. I get the economic obsolescence down to the parish level. I develop economic obsolescence and I apply it to the RCNLD at the parish level, which I've done. And I have it available for you.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay. In 2019, the RCNLD was, and I'm going to round, so I don't have to say all of these. In Caldwell County, 132,390,000 roughly. Okay. In Franklin County, 58.7 million. Let's just do that. In Jackson County, 135.6 million. Okay. The obsolescence factor this year, by my calculations, is 39.1%. Caldwell County, 80.6 million. Franklin County, 35.7 million. Jackson County, 82.6 million. In 2020, they developed RCNLD, 126.5 million in Caldwell County. 57.4 million in Franklin County. 133.7 million in Jackson County, parish. Sorry, I'm from Tennessee. I keep wanting to call them counties. All right. All right. The obsolescence factor that year was 41.4%. That would drop it to 74.1 million in Caldwell County, 33.6 million in Franklin County, and 78.3 million in Jackson Parish. I got it that time. Okay. In Caldwell, 2021, 119.9 million. Franklin, 55.7 million. Jackson Parish, 129.6 million. That year, the obsolescence factor would only be 33.4%. You recall the value went up. Okay, that would put Caldwell County at 79.9 million, Franklin Parish at 37.1 million, and Jackson at 86.3 million. That reflects economic obsolescence, though.
And just to restate for the commission, how did you get to those numbers?
And each year, I took the business enterprise value and I backed out working capital and I backed out land and easements. I didn't even back out the contract value, didn't even bother with it, left it. The contract would have value in the earlier years because they were favorable contracts and they would have value, but I left it alone. All right. Then I took the result, which would be the property and equipment or plant and equipment. And that would be the most that the fair market value of those assets could be. Okay. And considering the analysis and the fair market value of the business enterprise. And then I divided that by what the total assessment was, the assessor values were, the RCNLD, and 1 minus that is the economic obsolescence.
Right. One of the other questions Mr. Eddington asked was about whether the loss attributable to some of these contracts could be ascribed or allocated only to certain pipeline segments. Do you have an opinion on whether you could, or any observations about whether you could attribute loss to specific pipeline segments?
They're not bought and sold that way. That's just not how it's done. So we'll start with that. They aren't bought and sold that way. But for property tax purposes, they are assessed that way. So What I will observe though is that with these pipelines, as Mr. Anthony and Mr. Lee have both pointed out to you, the 42-inch pipeline and those parishes would be the least useful, the most underutilized of all the pipeline. And so they would, if we could get that granular, if we were willing to spend that kind of money and time to get that granular, they would be subject to a greater economic obsolescence factor, not a lesser one.
All right, Mr. Eddington was asking some questions about the relevance of rate of return. Specifically, should rate of return play a role in determining the fair market value of assets?
Okay, I found the question confusing. I think he was talking about Alinda. I think it's immaterial when you're talking to me since I never considered Alinda at all. So I will explain to him that private equity firms expect very large rates of return. They want huge returns when they put their money in, okay? And so that, I think when they brought that up, and I can only say what I think they were doing. So I think when they brought that up, what they were talking about is the motivation of the seller. They were trying to establish that it was an arm's length transaction, that the seller, the buyer and the seller, what their motivations were. The buyer wanted to be completely in control of it. They wanted to be able to get at those synergies that they could have with Energy Transfer, okay? And be completely in control of a troubled asset so that they could maximize it as best they could. Alinda wanted out because they're used to getting massive returns. They'd made their money back. They weren't making the kind of returns. They weren't getting distributions. They wanted out. So the rate of return would motivate them to sell out. That's the only thing that I think I can think of for it. Although I didn't spend a lot of time on Alinda. It's too far out of date. Wasn't relevant to my work.
How quiet it is. The AC turns off at 5. On the nose. On the nose.
And I'm wrapping it up. Those are all the questions that I have for Ms. Cartwright.
It will?
You want me to
Okay.
start?
Well, we can do it.
9 o'clock?
No, I was saying I'm wrapping
Oh,
up.
you're
I'm done.
wrapping it? Okay, okay. I think we're already scheduled for 9 a.m.
And would it be okay if we left our junk here?
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience and indulgence with respect to what I will call our technical difficulties, although I do have to thank Energy Transfer Zone Shelley Bowler here, who did a fantastic job on this,
I think if I'm in line, I'll request a motion for adjournment.
Mr. Chairman, I move adjournment to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Have a motion, no objection. We stand adjourned. Now you can talk.